It was a story that shocked not just New York, but the entire nation, a tale of alleged manipulation, control, and horrific abuse that sounds almost too grotesque to be true. At the heart of this unfolding legal drama is Dr. Amar Mahmood, a 40-year-old plastic surgeon who built his career on the promise of beauty and perfection. His Manhattan practice catered to elite clientele seeking cosmetic procedures, and his website boasted glowing testimonials of his artistry and expertise. Yet, beneath the polished image of success lies a darker reality, according to a civil lawsuit filed by 25-year-old model Maya Willow SAS. Maya accuses Dr. Mahmood of transforming her life into a living nightmare, a harrowing 9 months of physical violence, psychological torment, and sexual exploitation. The accusations are as shocking as they are grim. Maya claims that her relationship with Mahmood began as a whirlwind romance but quickly spiraled into a dystopian horror. She describes how she was allegedly manipulated into moving into his posh Fifth Avenue apartment, only to find herself trapped in a cycle of abuse. The court documents detail allegations of sexual assault, physical beatings, and even a bizarre and terrifying claim that Dr. Mahmood used his medical skills to hide the evidence of his crimes. As Maya recounts in her lawsuit, Mahmood allegedly injected fillers into her face without anesthesia, purportedly to conceal injuries he inflicted. The chilling imagery of a surgeon wielding his tools to mask his own violence adds a macabre layer to the already horrifying accusations. This is not just a story about abuse, Maya's legal representatives have stated. This is about the weaponization of trust, power, and medical expertise to control and harm another human being. Maya's allegations also paint a broader picture of control and manipulation. According to her complaint, Mahmood used his medical authority and a mix of drugs, including ketamine, to keep her subdued. She further claims that he monitored her movements, threatened her life if she attempted to leave, and even forced her to engage in non-consensual sexual acts with others. Adding another layer of complexity, Maya alleges that Mahmood's abuse was not confined to their private relationship. She accuses him of exploiting his professional space, his medical practice, as a tool to perpetuate harm, blurring the lines between his personal and professional life in the most sinister way imaginable. The complaint is laden with graphic details. It describes instances where Maya was allegedly attacked by Mahmood, including one incident where she claims he violently beat her after discovering her confronting a prostitute in his apartment. The images submitted with the lawsuit, though too graphic for wide publication, reportedly show swollen and bruised eyes, visible injuries to her arms and face, and the after effects of what she describes as life-threatening physical violence. This lawsuit has not only raised questions about Mahmood's alleged behavior, but also about the systemic structures that allowed such alleged abuse to continue unchecked. As more details emerge, the case seems poised to challenge the boundaries of civil and criminal accountability in cases of domestic violence, particularly those involving individuals with significant power and influence. Maya is not merely seeking financial restitution. Her lawsuit calls for accountability. It invokes New York City's Gender-Motivated Violence Protection Act, a statute designed to hold individuals accountable for violence rooted in gender-based animus. She also seeks to bring Mahmood's medical practice into the fold, arguing that it acted negligently by allowing these alleged abuses to occur within its walls. For now, Mahmood has denied all allegations. Speaking briefly to media, he vowed to fight the lawsuit and proclaimed his innocence. Yet, as the case unfolds, it is already sparking broader discussions about the abuses of power and the intersection of medical ethics and personal accountability. What drove Maya to file her lawsuit? How does someone go from being a celebrated professional to the center of such grim accusations? And most importantly, will justice be served in what is shaping up to be one of the most disturbing cases of abuse and control in recent memory? Stay tuned as we unravel this chilling tale of power, manipulation, and survival. Maya Willow SAS was a young and ambitious model, someone who had already made strides in the competitive world of fashion. At just 25, she had graced multiple campaigns and seemed poised for further success. But in April 2023, her life took an unexpected turn when she attended a yacht party in Miami. It was there that she met Dr. Amar Mahmood, a 40-year-old New York-based plastic surgeon who exuded charm and confidence. The connection between them appeared instantaneous, leading to dinner dates and, eventually, a budding relationship. At first, Mahmoud presented himself as the perfect partner. Affluent, successful, and attentive, he lavished Maya with attention and affection, creating an atmosphere of enchantment that quickly drew her in. Within weeks, he persuaded Maya to move into his upscale Fifth Avenue apartment in Manhattan. What seemed like the start of a fairy tale quickly devolved into a living nightmare. According to Maya's lawsuit, it wasn't long after she moved in that Mahmoud began to reveal his dark side. His initial charm gave way to erratic behavior, fueled, she claims, by alcohol and drug abuse. She describes a man who indulged in frequent drug binges, including ketamine and psychedelic substances like Tusi. These binges often culminated in violent outbursts and acts of aggression. Maya alleges that Mahmoud's controlling tendencies began to surface almost immediately. He monitored her every move, limited her interactions with friends and family, and gradually isolated her from her support network. He allegedly took control of her phone, tracking her activity and ensuring she remained compliant to his demands. As the months went on, the relationship descended into chaos. Maya's lawsuit describes a harrowing routine of physical and emotional abuse. She claims that Mahmoud often lashed out violently, striking her and inflicting serious injuries. The abuse was not limited to physical harm. Maya recounts instances of psychological torment, including constant threats to her life and degrading remarks intended to strip her of her self-worth. A particularly chilling allegation involves Muhammad's use of psychotropic drugs to subdue her. Maya claims that he supplied her with antidepressants and ketamine, not for therapeutic purposes, but as a means to control and disorient her. These substances, she says, were administered without her full understanding, leaving her in a state of compliance and vulnerability. Perhaps the most shocking allegations involve the sexual violence Maya endured during her time with Mahmoud. The lawsuit details incidents of non-consensual sexual acts, including occasions where Mahmoud allegedly forced her to engage in sexual activities with strangers, including prostitutes. These acts, she says, were often carried out against her will and sometimes while she was unconscious. One particular incident, as outlined in the lawsuit, highlights the extent of Mahmoud's depravity. Maya recounts a night when she discovered him in their apartment with a prostitute. When she demanded they leave, Mahmoud allegedly flew into a rage. He is accused of throwing her to the ground, punching her repeatedly, and smothering her face with a pillow until she lost consciousness. When she awoke, battered and bruised, Mahmoud reportedly dismissed her injuries as her own fault and continued to assert his control over her. What sets this case apart from many other domestic abuse allegations is Mahmoud's alleged use of his professional expertise to conceal the evidence of his violence. According to Maya's lawsuit, after one particularly brutal attack, Mahmoud shattered her orbital bone, a severe and painful injury. Rather than allowing her to seek medical care, he allegedly used his skills as a plastic surgeon to mask the damage. The complaint describes how Mahmoud took Maya to his clinic and injected fillers into her face to conceal the broken orbital socket. This procedure, she claims, was carried out without anesthesia, causing excruciating pain. Maya alleges that the process was not only physically agonizing but also psychologically tormenting, as it symbolized Mahmoud's ability to manipulate both her body and her reality. In her lawsuit, Maya refers to this act as a display of calculated cruelty, arguing that it exemplifies the lengths to which Mahmoud would go to maintain control over her and avoid accountability. Despite the escalating violence and control, Maya made attempts to break free from Mahmoud's grip. The lawsuit describes several instances where she tried to contact law enforcement or seek help, only to be thwarted by Mahmoud's influence and threats. In one incident, Maya managed to call 911 during a violent altercation. However, Mahmoud allegedly convinced her to retract the call through a combination of seduction and intimidation. The details of this incident remain unclear, but the lawsuit suggests that Mahmoud's charm and manipulation played a key role in preventing her from seeking justice at the time. By October 2023, Maya's situation had become unbearable. She recounts an incident where she found Mahmoud with another woman in their apartment. This time, both Mahmoud and the other woman allegedly attacked her, leaving her with further injuries. It was a pivotal moment for Maya, as it marked the culmination of months of abuse and degradation. In December 2023, Maya finally managed to escape. With the help of friends and family, she left Mahmoud's apartment and began the process of rebuilding her life. The emotional and psychological toll of the ordeal, however, continues to haunt her. Maya describes suffering from severe PTSD and depression as a result of her experiences. Her modeling career, once a source of pride and independence, has been significantly impacted, with opportunities dwindling due to the trauma and physical injuries she endured. Maya's decision to file a lawsuit against Mahmoud represents her first step toward seeking justice. The legal complaint not only details the abuse she suffered, but also aims to hold Mahmoud accountable for his actions. Her claims invoke New York City's Gender-Motivated Violence Protection Act, which seeks to address violence rooted in gender-based discrimination and animus. Additionally, the lawsuit targets Mahmoud's medical practice, Alina Medspa, accusing the clinic of negligence for allowing the alleged abuse to occur within its premises. Maya argues that the clinic had a duty to ensure that medical procedures were carried out ethically and in accordance with professional standards, a duty she claims was grossly violated. As the case moves forward, it raises broader questions about accountability and the abuse of power. Maya's allegations not only implicate Mahmoud as an individual but also challenge the systems that allowed such alleged behavior to go unchecked. From the medical industry to law enforcement, the case highlights the need for vigilance and reform to protect victims of abuse, particularly those who face manipulation from individuals in positions of power. In Part 3, we'll delve deeper into the legal implications of Maya's lawsuit, examining the potential outcomes and the broader impact this case may have on both civil and criminal accountability in abuse cases. Maya's escape in December 2023 marked the beginning of her fight for justice. It was not just a step away from the physical and emotional abuse she endured, but a leap toward reclaiming her autonomy. However, her ordeal was far from over. The aftermath of her experiences brought new challenges: legal battles, public scrutiny, and the weight of unprocessed trauma. Filing her lawsuit against Dr. Ammar Mahmoud was her declaration that she would not remain silent. It was also a calculated risk, one that came with potential consequences. From the outset, Maya's claims presented a damning narrative. The lawsuit included detailed accounts of the abuse she suffered, backed by graphic photographs of her injuries and descriptions of the alleged medical cover-up. These images showed her swollen face, blackened eyes, and bruised arms, painting a harrowing picture of the violence she endured. The physical evidence added weight to her allegations, making it difficult to dismiss her claims as mere fabrications. Maya's legal team took aim not only at Mahmoud but also at his medical practice, Alina Medspa. They argued that the clinic had a responsibility to uphold medical ethics and protect patients from harm. By allowing Mahmoud to perform non-consensual procedures on Maya, they claimed, the clinic became complicit in the abuse. The inclusion of the clinic as a defendant broadened the scope of the case, raising questions about institutional accountability in cases of professional misconduct. The lawsuit also invoked the Gender-Motivated Violence Protection Act, a New York City statute designed to address violence stemming from gender-based animus. This claim sought to establish that Mahmoud's actions were not isolated incidents, but part of a broader pattern of abusive behavior rooted in misogyny. To support this argument, the lawsuit pointed to allegations from Mahmoud's past, including claims from his ex-wife that he had subjected her to similar abuse. For Maya, this case was not just about seeking financial compensation, it was about exposing the truth. Her legal team sought damages not only for her physical and emotional suffering, but also to hold Mahmoud accountable for his actions. They demanded no less than $10 million in compensatory damages and additional punitive damages to serve as a deterrent against future misconduct. The stakes were high, and the lawsuit quickly garnered media attention, amplifying the pressure on Mahmoud to respond. Mahmoud, however, appeared unfazed. Publicly, he denied all allegations, calling them baseless and defamatory. Through his legal representatives, he vowed to fight the lawsuit and clear his name. Despite the seriousness of the claims against him, Mahmoud maintained a facade of confidence, continuing to operate his medical practice while the case unfolded. His response or lack thereof spoke volumes about the challenges victims face when going up against powerful individuals. Maya's case also drew comparisons to other high-profile abuse cases, such as those involving Harvey Weinstein and Bill Cosby. Like Maya, many of these victims had initially faced skepticism and resistance when coming forward. But as their stories gained traction, they inspired others to speak out, creating a ripple effect that ultimately led to greater accountability. Maya's legal team hoped her case would have a similar impact, encouraging other potential victims of Mahmoud to come forward. Indeed, the lawsuit hinted at the existence of other victims. Maya alleged that Mahmoud had a history of abusive behavior toward women, citing past incidents involving his ex-wife. These claims, combined with the evidence presented in the lawsuit, painted a portrait of a man who used his position of power to exploit and harm others. If true, they suggested that Maya's experiences were not an anomaly but part of a broader pattern of misconduct. The potential for criminal charges loomed large over the case. While the lawsuit was a civil matter, the allegations it contained, including rape, assault, and unlawful imprisonment, fell squarely within the realm of criminal law. Legal experts speculated that the Manhattan District Attorney's Office could open a criminal investigation based on the evidence presented in the lawsuit. If that happened, Mahmoud could face not only financial penalties but also the possibility of prison time. The prospect of criminal charges added another layer of complexity to the case. For Maya, it meant reliving her trauma in a public forum, facing intense cross-examination, and enduring the scrutiny of a criminal trial. For Mahmoud, it represented an existential threat to his career, reputation, and freedom. The stakes were enormous, and both sides prepared for a protracted legal battle. As the lawsuit progressed, it highlighted systemic issues within the medical and legal fields. Maya's allegations against Alina Medspa raised questions about the oversight and accountability of medical practices. If her claims were true, they suggested a troubling lack of safeguards to protect patients from abuse. The case also underscored the challenges victims face when seeking justice, particularly when their abusers are powerful individuals with resources at their disposal. For Maya, the journey toward healing remained fraught with challenges. She continued to grapple with the psychological scars of her experiences, battling PTSD and anxiety. Her modeling career, once a source of pride and independence, had been derailed by the ordeal. Yet, despite the setbacks, Maya remained determined to rebuild her life. She became an advocate for other survivors, using her platform to raise awareness about the dynamics of abuse and the importance of accountability. The case also sparked broader conversations about gender-based violence and the power dynamics that enable abuse. Advocates called for greater protections for victims, including stronger enforcement of laws like the Gender-Motivated Violence Protection Act. They also emphasized the need for systemic changes within industries that often shield abusers from accountability, whether through institutional complicity or social stigma. Maya's lawsuit against Mahmoud was more than just a legal battle, it was a reckoning. It challenged the status quo, demanding accountability from a man who allegedly used his position of power to harm others. It also served as a reminder of the resilience of survivors, who continue to fight for justice despite the odds stacked against them. As the legal proceedings continued, one thing became clear: Maya's story was not just her own. It was part of a larger narrative about the fight against abuse, the quest for accountability, and the enduring strength of those who refuse to be silenced. The lawsuit filed by Maya Willow Sass against Dr. Ammar Mahmoud reveals the depths of an abusive relationship marked by violence, control, and calculated cruelty. As Maya's case gained public attention, the shocking allegations described in her complaint painted a grim picture of the abuse she endured. The lawsuit became a focal point for discussions about power imbalances, the misuse of medical expertise, and the systemic vulnerabilities that enable abuse. Central to the allegations is Maya's claim that Dr. Mahmoud subjected her to continuous physical and emotional torment during their 9-month relationship. Maya alleges that Mahmoud employed psychological manipulation, threats, and psychotropic drugs to exert control over her. As her partner and a medical professional, he allegedly used his expertise to hide the evidence of his violent behavior by performing filler injections to conceal her injuries. The lawsuit describes harrowing moments where Maya suffered severe violence. On one occasion, Mahmoud allegedly broke her orbital socket during an assault. Instead of allowing her to seek medical care, he reportedly used tear trough fillers to mask the damage without anesthesia. Maya describes this procedure as excruciating, emphasizing the physical and emotional toll of being treated as a tool for his control rather than a person deserving care and compassion. Text messages, photographs, and other evidence submitted alongside the lawsuit provide chilling support for her claims. Images of Maya with swollen bruises, including her disfigured face, were key pieces of evidence. These photos served not only to illustrate the physical injuries she endured but also the severity of the abuse. Maya's attorneys highlighted the systematic nature of Mahmoud's actions, describing him as a predator who weaponized his profession to silence and control his victim. Public outrage quickly followed the lawsuit's revelations. Advocacy groups condemned Mahmoud's alleged actions and called for greater protections for survivors of intimate partner violence. Social media amplified Maya's voice, with many using hashtags to demand justice and accountability. Maya's bravery in stepping forward inspired other survivors to share their own experiences, further broadening the scope of the conversation around gender-based violence. In response, Muhammad denied all allegations, labeling them as fabrications designed to tarnish his reputation. His defense team argued that Maya's claims lacked credibility and questioned the authenticity of the evidence presented. Despite these denials, the weight of the accusations and the detailed evidence provided kept public and legal attention focused on the case. One significant aspect of the lawsuit involves the role of Mahmoud's clinic, Alina Medspa. Maya's legal team contends that the clinic bears responsibility for enabling Mahmoud's actions. They argue that the clinic failed to uphold medical and ethical standards, allowing him to misuse its facilities to commit non-consensual procedures. This accusation broadens the case beyond individual wrongdoing, raising questions about institutional accountability and oversight in professional settings. Maya's lawsuit seeks $10 million in compensatory and punitive damages. Her attorneys emphasize that the financial damages are meant not only to account for her physical and emotional suffering, but also to send a powerful message about the consequences of abuse. The punitive damages, in particular, aim to deter similar behavior in the future and hold Mahmoud accountable for his actions. As the legal battle unfolds, Maya's story has become a symbol of resilience and courage. Her willingness to confront her abuser in such a public forum reflects the strength of survivors and highlights the importance of advocacy. While the case is far from resolved, Maya's actions have already sparked critical conversations about abuse, accountability, and the misuse of power. The upcoming trial represents a pivotal moment, not just for Maya but for the broader societal effort to address violence and abuse. Regardless of the eventual outcome, her fight for justice underscores the need for systemic reform and greater support for survivors of intimate partner violence. Maya Willow-Sass's case has become a focal point for discussions about abuse, power dynamics, and justice. Her allegations against Dr. Ammar Mahmoud detailing physical, emotional, and psychological abuse have sparked outrage and a call for accountability. Central to her lawsuit is the claim that Mahmoud used his medical expertise not to heal but to conceal evidence of his violence, employing filler injections to hide injuries, including a fractured orbital socket. While Mahmoud denies all accusations, the weight of the evidence, including disturbing photographs, text messages, and Maya's testimony, has captured public attention. Advocacy groups and survivors have rallied behind her, amplifying her voice in the fight for justice. The trial looms as a critical moment for Maya and others impacted by abuse. Her bravery in confronting her alleged abuser sheds light on systemic issues, urging society to strengthen protections for survivors and demand accountability from those who exploit power for harm. No mystery of nature. Someone had deliberately cut off this child's oxygen, and the finger pointed squarely at the mother who had been the last to see her alive. This discovery prompted us to reopen Cheyenne's case, and what we found confirmed our worst fears. The lack of oxygen was also the likely cause of her death, though the passage of time made it harder to determine definitively. 2 babies, both murdered, and the perpetrator had been living freely among us for years. Then came the break we needed. Forensic analysts delving into Stephanie's digital footprint uncovered a series of horrifying Google searches made in the months leading up to Jasmine's death. Phrases like ways to suffocate, drugs that kill without trace, and can drowning show up in an autopsy painted a one was the first red flag. The second came in her demeanor during questioning. It was clear she was not happy with her life, nor was she improved in her condition. While most grieving parents begged for answers, Stephanie had been strangely resigned, as though the situation was out of her hands. At the time, it seemed consistent with the shock of losing as people tried to make sense of an act so incomprehensible. What struck me most, however, was the complete absence of remorse from Stephanie. She didn't cry, she didn't plead for understanding, and she didn't ask about her daughters during questioning. It was as though they were nothing more than pawns in her twisted game. As we built the case against her, every new piece of evidence felt like another stab to the heart. Each search term, each timeline inconsistency, each cold response more damning. Unlike Cheyenne, there was no ambiguity. The medical examiner confirmed that Jasmine had been suffocated, and traces of Stephanie's DNA were found on the blanket used to smother her. This, combined with the Google searches, painted an irrefutable picture of intent. The searches, how to suffocate someone, ways to kill without leaving I held those babies in my arms, she said. I saw their first smiles, heard their first laughs, and now I'll never see who they could have 12 hours before Joseph discovered Kathy, a neighbor named Rob had been outside testing his new thermal scope. The device cut through darkness, rendering heat into bright outlines against the black. Rob's gaze lingered on a car that had pulled up down the street. A figure stepped out, tall, broad-shouldered, control and precision. The work of someone who understood how to erase their presence, yet reveled in the destruction they left behind. Forensic experts moved carefully through the house, methodically cataloging every trace of evidence. Blood, Billy's, Sydney's, spattered against the sheets and floor. But none of it belonged to the killer. with that strange, deliberate walk, moved toward Kathy Blair's house. It was impossible not to wonder. Had the same figure walked through the Sheltons' front door? Had they stood at the foot of Billy's bed, watching her wake in terror before striking? The thought gnawed at them, the faceless figure becoming a symbol of something primal, a predator moving unseen through the streets of Austin. The weight of the cases pressed down on everyone involved. The investigators spoke in hushed voices as they pieced together time where they were now silenced forever. They didn't deserve this, a family member whispered through tears, struggling to comprehend how anyone could look into Billy's gentle face and commit such unimaginable violence. The Sheltons' nurse, the one who had discovered the bodies, was left traumatized. She had walked into what should have been a peaceful home, a place where she cared for a kind and elderly inconclusive. It was Kathy Blair's blood. The discovery marked a turning point. Detectives confronted Tim, but he refused to break. Instead, he offered up a new
Stevens entered a world of privilege and expectation, the sole heir to a real estate mogul's empire. Her childhood unfolded like a meticulously crafted tableau, filled with private schools, equestrian lessons, and sparkling debutante balls. In this gilded existence, Lucy quickly learned the art of maintaining a flawless public image, a lesson that would define her life. Yet beneath the surface of her seemingly charmed life, her home was anything but idyllic. Theodore, her father, was a relentless taskmaster, while Evelyn, her mother, scrutinized every aspect of Lucy's life, leaving little room for authentic emotional connections. In this emotionally barren landscape, Lucy sought refuge in her studies, excelling academically and cultivating a burgeoning passion for art history. Her academic success earned her a coveted place at an Ivy League university, where she thrived intellectually but faced social challenges. The weight of maintaining her family's esteemed reputation, while attempting to carve out her own identity, led her into a series of tumultuous relationships. This turmoil fostered a growing disconnection from her genuine self. Yet beneath her polished exterior, Lucy wrestled with profound insecurities and an unquenchable thirst for validation. Her relationships with men often spiraled into intensity. However, her ambition proved fleeting. As she navigated her young adulthood, Lucy found herself irresistibly drawn to those who promised excitement and attention rather than the stability she professed to desire. It was during this tumultuous period that Lucy crossed paths with Finn Calloway, captivated by his quiet confidence and genuine demeanor, illuminated for Lucy the potential for the life she had always been told to aspire to. As their relationship deepened, Lucy convinced herself that Finn was the remedy to her inner conflicts. Finn seemed to unlock the door to the woman she longed to become. Yet, as their wedding day loomed closer, Lucy was engulfed by doubts and a growing sense of restlessness. The carefully constructed facade she had maintained for so long was beginning to fracture, laying bare the complexity of a woman in conflict. Finn Calloway's upbringing sharply contrasted with Lucy's privileged life. He was the son of a dedicated small-town doctor and a high school English teacher, raised in a community that placed high value on hard work, honesty, and loyalty, far removed from the world of material wealth that defined Lucy's existence. From an early age, Finn exhibited a natural talent for science and an insatiable curiosity about the world. His parents nurtured this inquisitiveness, encouraging him to explore and question everything. Summer vacations were filled with camping trips and educational visits to science museums, nurturing Finn's growing dedication to environmental conservation. Despite his academic success, he remained grounded, earning the admiration of his peers. Finn was the type of person who would tutor struggling classmates or volunteer at the local animal shelter, often without the desire for recognition. This authentic kindness and integrity would become defining traits as he navigated his life. Finn's commitment to his studies. Finn Calloway's achievements earned him a scholarship to a prestigious university, where he immersed himself in environmental science. It was during this transformative period that he first crossed paths with his cousin, Asher Calloway. Despite their differing upbringings, Asher hailed from the wealthier side of the family. A close bond quickly formed between the two, with Finn often acting as a stabilizing force for his more impulsive cousin. Upon graduation, Finn's fervor for conservation led him to a non-profit organization committed to protecting endangered species. His work transported him to the most remote corners of the world, where he marveled at nature's beauty while simultaneously confronting the devastating impact of human activity on fragile ecosystems. Each experience solidified his resolve to enact change. It was at a fundraising gala for his organization that Finn first laid eyes on Lucy Stevens. Her beauty and intelligence captivated him, but it was her hidden vulnerability that truly ensnared his heart. In Lucy, Finn recognized someone in need of the love and stability he was eager to provide. As their relationship blossomed, Finn believed he had discovered his perfect partner, one who not only shared his values but also challenged him intellectually. He envisioned a future brimming with shared adventures and a common mission. The proposal felt like a natural progression. Finn devoted himself to orchestrating a life with the woman he adored. Unbeknownst to him, the foundation of trust he so deeply cherished was on the verge of being shattered, poised to test his beliefs and the very essence of his identity. Meanwhile, Asher Calloway embraced the role of the family's black sheep, a position he seemed to enjoy rather than resent. Born into the affluent branch of the Calloway clan, Asher had access to all the luxuries money could afford, yet lacked the emotional stability he desperately craved. His father, a high-powered corporate lawyer, was a ghost in his life, while his mother sought comfort in social gatherings and prescription medications. Left to navigate his world alone, Asher developed a rebellious streak early on, using his charm and charisma to manipulate those around him. Despite a troubled home life, Asher possessed a sharp intellect and a magnetic personality that drew others to him. He excelled in school whenever he chose to apply himself. However, more often than not, he found himself leading his peers into trouble. It was during one of these misadventures that he first bonded with Finn, who had come to visit during a summer break. Finn's steady presence and genuine concern for Asher's well-being left a profound impact. For perhaps the first time, Asher felt truly seen and valued, not merely for his family name or his ability to entertain. This connection with Finn became a critical lifeline for Asher. It stood as one of the few stable relationships in his tumultuous life. As the years passed, Asher's path diverged sharply from Finn's. While Finn pursued his passion for environmental science, Asher floundered between college majors, never quite discovering his true purpose. Asher Calloway eventually found his footing at a startup tech company. His choice of employment was less about passion and more about the lifestyle that accompanied it. Meanwhile, Asher's personal life spiraled into chaos, marked by a series of failed relationships that left him jaded and cynical about love. Yet, he remained trapped in a cycle of seeking validation through fleeting conquests. He soon gained a reputation as a charming rogue, leaving behind a trail of broken hearts. When Finn Calloway introduced Asher to Lucy Stevens, everything changed. Here was a woman who matched his wit and complexity, igniting an unexpected spark in Asher's world. Lucy understood the burdens of growing up in a prominent family, and what began as innocent flirtation quickly morphed into a dangerous attraction. Despite knowing he should resist, Asher found himself utterly powerless against the pull of his feelings for her. As the wedding day loomed closer, Asher wrestled with his loyalty to Finn and his deepening feelings for Lucy. This internal struggle manifested in increasingly erratic behavior, revealing a desperation that would eventually contribute to the tragic events that lay ahead. The engagement of Finn Calloway and Lucy Stevens had become the social event of the season. Finn's proposal, set against the backdrop of a moonlit beach during a conservation trip to Costa Rica, was nothing short of romantic. He presented Lucy with an ethically sourced diamond ring, a symbol of both his love and his principles. Overwhelmed by the magic of the moment and the promise of a secure future, Lucy accepted without hesitation. News of their engagement spread rapidly through their social circles, bringing joy to the Stevens family, who were thrilled that their daughter had finally chosen a suitable partner. Though they found Finn's dedication to nonprofit work somewhat quaint, they welcomed him warmly. As the couple embarked on wedding preparations, the first signs of strain began to surface. Lucy, influenced by her mother and the weight of societal expectations, pushed for a lavish celebration that would be the talk of the town. In stark contrast, Finn, rooted in his modest upbringing and environmental convictions, advocated for a smaller, more intimate gathering. The compromises they reached often felt one-sided, with Finn reluctantly agreeing to a larger guest list and a more extravagant venue than he was comfortable with. He justified these concessions as acts of love, wanting nothing more than to grant Lucy the wedding of her dreams. However, Lucy began to feel an undercurrent of resentment, interpreting Finn's hesitations as a lack of enthusiasm for their union. As the wedding date approached, the stress of planning took its toll on the couple. Lucy's temper flared increasingly, and she snapped at Finn over trivial details, such as the shade of the table linens or the selection of wines. In a bid to maintain peace, Finn withdrew into his work, spending long hours at the office and leaving many decisions in Lucy's hands. It was during this tumultuous period that the cracks in their relationship began to widen, setting the stage for the chaos that was yet to unfold. As the wedding date approached, tension simmered beneath the surface. Lucy Stevens interpreted Finn Calloway's reluctance as a troubling lack of enthusiasm for their impending union. The stress of planning weighed heavily on both of them, causing Lucy to become increasingly irritable, snapping at Finn over seemingly trivial matters, such as the shade of the table linens or the selection of wines. In a desperate attempt to maintain peace, Finn withdrew into his work. Long hours at the office became his refuge, allowing Lucy to take the reins in preparing for their big day. It was during this turbulent time that cracks began to form in their relationship, hinting at deeper issues lurking in the shadows. Asher Calloway began to play a larger role in the lives of Lucy Stevens and her fiancé, Finn. With a joke always at the ready or a shoulder to cry on, he became a trusted confidant for both. Finn, appreciative of his cousin's support, remained blissfully unaware of the lingering glances exchanged between Asher and Lucy. Lucy found herself eagerly anticipating Asher's visits, relishing the excitement and unpredictability he brought into her increasingly regimented existence. She couldn't ignore the way their hands would brush against each other, lingering just a moment too long, igniting an undeniable spark. Telling herself that her growing attraction to Asher was merely a product of pre-wedding jitters, a natural response to the stress of planning such a significant event, she tried to dismiss her feelings. However, as the wedding day loomed closer, the tension between Finn and Lucy escalated to a breaking point. A heated argument over seating arrangements left Lucy in tears, while Finn stormed out of their apartment in frustration. It was Asher who came to comfort her that night, bringing a bottle of expensive champagne and a sympathetic ear, providing the solace she so desperately needed. As Lucy poured out her fears and doubts to Asher, something shifted irreversibly between them. The boundary between comfort and desire began to blur, and in a moment of vulnerability they shared a kiss, an act that would set in motion a tragic chain of events. The following morning, consumed by guilt yet unable to deny the passion ignited within her, Lucy made a decision that would change the trajectory of their lives forever. She convinced herself that what Finn didn't know wouldn't hurt him, and that she could indulge in one last taste of excitement. Little did Lucy realize that her carefully constructed world was on the brink of collapse. The affair between Lucy Stevens and Asher Calloway ignited like a spark on dry tinder, quickly engulfing all reason and caution. What began with stolen glances and hesitant touches rapidly evolved into secret meetings and passionate encounters. Their first rendezvous was disguised as wedding planning. Lucy had enlisted Asher's help to choose a surprise gift for Finn. Fully aware of her true intentions, they met at an upscale hotel bar, a venue where discretion was paramount, and questions were never raised. As they leaned in close, their heads bent over a catalog of watches, the electricity between them crackled in the air. When Asher's hand brushed against Lucy's, all pretense crumbled away. Without a word, they slipped away to a room that Asher had reserved, prepared for this very moment. The guilt would come later. As Lucy lay in bed next to an unsuspecting Finn, she reassured herself that this was a one-time mistake, a fleeting moment of weakness that would never be repeated. Yet, the thrill of the forbidden proved too intoxicating to resist. Asher and Lucy devised an elaborate system of coded messages and alibis. A text about flower arrangements signaled a meeting at their hotel, while a call regarding suit fittings indicated a rendezvous at Asher's apartment. They became adept at stealing precious moments together, living on the edge of discovery. Their affair was filled with risky encounters, a fleeting rendezvous in Lucy's office, a passionate moment in Asher's car tucked away in a secluded spot. Each close call ignited their senses, leaving them breathless with fear and exhilaration. On one occasion, Finn nearly stumbled upon them during a family dinner, just as Lucy and Asher slipped away to the coat closet for a heated embrace. Another time, a friend of Lucy's caught sight of them holding hands in a cafe across town. This forced them to weave an elaborate tale about planning a surprise party for Finn, a story that drew them deeper into deception. As the wedding day neared, the affair intensified, leading Lucy to compare Finn to Asher more frequently. She found herself perceiving her fiancé as lacking. Where Asher was spontaneous, Finn was predictable. Asher represented danger, while Finn offered safety. Doubts began to swirl around her relationship and the life she envisioned. Meanwhile, Asher found himself falling deeper than he had ever intended. What had begun as a mere conquest, another notch on his belt, evolved into something far more significant. He envisioned a future with Lucy, one where they could be together openly, ignoring the fact that this dream would come at the cost of his cousin's happiness. In their quieter moments, guilt haunted both Lucy and Asher. They were acutely aware of the pain their actions could unleash if discovered, the lives they would shatter, yet in the heat of their passion, those concerns faded into the background. Overshadowed by the intensity of their desire, The weeks slipped by, blurring the lines between fantasy and reality. Lucy Stevens and Finn Calloway exchanged promises they both knew were impossible to keep, speaking of a love that was fated to fail from the very beginning. As the date of Lucy and Finn's wedding approached, it loomed over them like a ticking time bomb, one neither knew how to defuse. Finn Calloway, known for his sharp intuition and adeptness at reading people, found himself in uncharted waters. His skill had proven invaluable in his conservation work, allowing him to navigate complex negotiations and delicate ecosystems. Yet when it came to the treachery unfolding right before his eyes, Finn was shockingly oblivious. The first signs of trouble were subtle, easily dismissed. Lucy's newfound obsession with her phone, the way she abruptly ended calls whenever Finn entered the room, her growing irritability, which she attributed to wedding stress, and the lingering scent of an unfamiliar cologne. She explained it away as a signature scent from a new co-worker at the gallery, but it was Asher's behavior that finally ignited Finn's suspicions. His cousin, once eager to participate in their lives, began crafting excuses to avoid family gatherings. When he did come around, a nervous energy enveloped him. A guilty look flickered across his face each time he caught sight of Lucy. Finn attempted to dismiss his doubts, convincing himself he was merely being paranoid, but the insistent feeling gnawed at him, growing stronger with each passing day. Finn Calloway's instincts sharpened. He began to notice the subtle, wordless exchanges between Lucy Stevens and his cousin, Asher Calloway. The inside jokes and shared glances that seemed to exclude him fueled a growing sense of unease. Unable to confront his fears directly, he embarked on a covert investigation, driven by an unsettling gut feeling. In a desperate quest for answers, Finn found himself engaging in behaviors he never imagined. He checked Lucy's phone while she showered, poring over credit card statements for suspicious charges. He even drove by Asher's apartment at odd hours, straining to catch a glimpse of Lucy's car parked outside, each moment steeped in anxiety. Each revelation cut deeper than the last. A receipt for 2 glasses of champagne at a hotel bar taunted him on a night Lucy claimed to be working late. A text message from Asher, simply reading, "Missing you," quickly vanished from Lucy's phone, leaving behind a chilling echo of betrayal. At a family dinner, Finn noticed a lipstick smudge on Asher's collar, a shade unmistakably matching Lucy's. As their wedding day loomed closer, Finn spiraled into a vortex of suspicion and denial. He clung desperately to the hope of Lucy's unwavering love, even as the evidence stacked against him grew impossible to ignore. His desire to trust in their shared future battled against the crushing weight of his doubts. Finn's internal turmoil began to manifest outwardly. He became distant, lost in a fog of distraction and despair. Conversations slipped through his fingers like sand, and his once passionate work felt hollow amid his personal chaos. Friends and family began to notice the shift in Finn's demeanor, attributing his withdrawal to pre-wedding jitters. Unbeknownst to them, a storm brewed beneath the surface. 2 weeks before the wedding, Finn's suspicions erupted, compelling him to confront Lucy. He sought an innocent explanation for the troubling behavior he had observed in their shared space. With a heavy heart, Finn initiated a serious conversation with Lucy, who was consumed with wedding preparations. He directly questioned her about her relationship with Asher, his voice trembling under the weight of raw emotional turmoil. Lucy maintained a facade of practiced composure, feigning innocence as she dismissed Finn's concerns. Yet he caught the subtle signs of her discomfort as he laid bare the evidence. Secretive phone calls, unexplained absences, and fleeting guilty looks that betrayed her calm exterior. Despite Lucy's vehement denials, Finn pressed on, recounting specific incidents that fueled his suspicions. Her responses grew increasingly elaborate and defensive as she insisted he was overreacting, attributing his fears to wedding stress. She emphasized her love for him, her words laced with urgency. Lucy questioned why she would jeopardize their relationship, but as the confrontation intensified, she suggested a call to Asher to corroborate her stories. Finn watched her nervously dial the number, his heart racing as she put the call on speakerphone. Asher's voice filled the room, smooth and reassuring, as he effortlessly backed Lucy's claims and provided alibis for every suspicious incident Finn had mentioned. The united front displayed by Lucy and Asher left Finn feeling utterly drained and defeated, a sense of betrayal washing over him like a cold wave. In a chilling twist, Asher Calloway's voice filled the room, seamlessly backing Lucy's claims and providing alibis for every suspicious incident Finn had brought to light. The united front presented by Lucy and Asher left Finn feeling utterly drained and defeated, as if he were trapped in a web spun by those he trusted most. Their synchronized efforts to dismiss Finn's accusations only intensified his growing fears and suspicions. By the end of their conversation, Lucy Stevens attempted to bridge the widening chasm between them, suggesting that Finn's anxieties stemmed from the typical stresses of wedding planning. With gentle insistency, she encouraged him to focus on the joy of their impending nuptials. Finn, grappling with his unspoken doubts, could only nod in response. As he gazed into Lucy's eyes, the reality hit him. Everything had altered irreparably. The trust that once anchored their relationship lay shattered, and with it, the future he had envisioned began to dissolve. The morning of the wedding arrived, bright and clear, a seemingly perfect day for a celebration of love. Yet within the opulent bridal suite of the Rosewood Hills estate, the atmosphere felt anything but celebratory. Lucy sat at the ornate vanity, surrounded by her bridesmaids who were meticulously fussing over her hair and makeup. Her reflection in the mirror stared back, pale and drawn. Despite the expert application of cosmetics, the weight of her deception bore down heavily on her chest, making it difficult to breathe in her intricately beaded gown. Meanwhile, across the estate, in a smaller room designated for the groom's party, Finn stood frozen, his best man adjusting his bow tie with practiced precision. His face remained a mask of calm, concealing the turmoil that roiled within. The decision he made during the dark hours of the morning felt both terrifying and inevitable. Asher slipped into the room late, wearing an apologetic smile that failed to reach his eyes. Finn observed his cousin in the mirror, noting the nervous energy radiating from him. Their eyes met for a brief moment before Asher quickly looked away, unable to endure the intensity of Finn's steady gaze. As the minutes ticked by and the ceremony loomed closer, tension thickened in both rooms. Lucy fought back the tears that threatened to ruin her carefully applied mascara, while Finn's hands trembled as he slipped his grandmother's watch onto his wrist, a family heirloom he envisioned passing down to his and Lucy's future son. Outside, blissfully unaware, guests began to arrive, their chatter and laughter filling the air with a false sense of joy. The string quartet struck up gentle melodies, their notes a stark contrast to the emotional chaos unfolding behind closed doors. The wedding planner's voice pierced through the tension, announcing that it was time for them to take their places. 3 hearts raced, caught in a whirlwind of dread and anticipation. The moment of truth had finally arrived. The grand ballroom of Rosewood Hills had been transformed into a floral wonderland, adorned with garlands of white roses. Delicate baby's breath decorated every surface, their sweet scent permeating the air. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow over the assembled guests. As the music swelled, all eyes turned expectantly to the back of the room. Finn stood at the altar, his expression a carefully crafted mask as he observed the bridal party making their way down the aisle. Beside him, Asher Stevens, serving as the best man, shifted uneasily. His gaze flickered anxiously between Finn and the entrance, each second stretching into an eternity. Then, as the bridal march began, Lucy appeared in the doorway. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. She was a vision in white, her gown a masterpiece of lace and silk that seemed to float around her as she moved, an image of beauty juxtaposed against the turmoil that would soon unravel. Those who knew Lucy Stevens well could sense the strain hidden behind her smile. The slight tremor in her hands betrayed her as she clutched her bouquet. As she glided down the aisle on her father's arm, her eyes locked onto Finn Calloway's. In that fleeting moment, a silent communication passed between them, thick with unspoken fears. In that moment, Finn saw the fear and guilt swirling in Lucy's gaze, while she recognized a coldness in his eyes that made her blood run cold. The ceremony began, the officiant's words washing over the couple like a distant echo, barely registering in their minds. Lucy's responses came automatically, her voice scarcely rising above a whisper. In stark contrast, Finn's words rang clear and strong, but they lacked the warmth and love one would expect on such a momentous occasion, especially as they approached the exchange of vows. A palpable tension filled the room, with guests shifting uneasily in their seats, sensing the undercurrent of dread that flowed between the couple. Asher stood rigid, his complexion a shade paler than usual, as if he could sense the impending disaster that was about to unfold. Finn, the officiant prompted. "You may now recite your vows to Lucy." Finn took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the crowd before returning to Lucy. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady but carried the weight of betrayal. The air in the hushed room became charged with tension. Finn Calloway stood before their gathered friends and family, his voice steady but laced with an urgency that sent ripples of confusion through the crowd. "Lucy, I stand here today not to recite vows of love and fidelity, but to speak a truth that can no longer be ignored." Horror flickered across Lucy's face as realization dawned on her. This was no ordinary wedding vow. For weeks, he confessed, he had suspected that the woman he thought he knew, the woman he envisioned spending his life with, had been living a lie. Finn's voice grew stronger, propelled by the pain and anger that had been bubbling beneath the surface. And it was not just any lie. It was a betrayal that cut to the very heart of trust and family. Gasps and murmurs filled the room as Finn turned his gaze toward Asher Calloway, who had turned deathly pale. "Lucy, you've been having an affair with my cousin," he accused. The man I had asked to stand beside me as my best man. The silence that followed was deafening, a heavy weight pressing down on everyone present. Lucy stood frozen, her bouquet slipping from her fingers, landing with a soft thud on the floor. Asher instinctively took a step back, as if hoping to distance himself from the growing storm of accusations. "I have proof," Finn declared, his voice betraying a slight tremor. "Emails, text messages, hotel receipts, all the evidence from when we planned our future. You two were sneaking around, betraying not just me, but everyone here who came to celebrate our love." The room erupted into chaos. Lucy's mother let out a wail of distress, while her father stood up, his face turning a deep shade of purple with rage. Finn's parents sat in shocked silence, their eyes darting between their son and their nephew, trying to process the shocking revelation. Amidst the chaos, Lucy finally found her voice, trembling yet determined. In a desperate plea, Lucy Stevens attempted to reach her fiancé, Finn Calloway. She insisted that he had misunderstood the situation, but Finn, pushed to his limits, was no longer willing to listen. With a heavy heart, he turned to the bewildered guests who filled the venue. Finn Calloway broke the suffocating silence that enveloped the room, issuing an apology for the deception that had brought everyone together. With a heavy voice, he declared the cancellation of their wedding, his words resonating through the stunned assembly. Stepping down from the altar, he began his solitary walk down the aisle, leaving behind the hopes of a joyous union. As Finn passed his cousin, Asher Calloway, he paused momentarily. Hurt and betrayal dripped from his voice as he expressed his profound disappointment, recalling the brotherly bond he once believed they shared. The guests watched, frozen in shock, as the tension thickened in the air. However, before Finn could reach the exit, a sudden commotion near the altar drew everyone's attention back. All eyes turned to Lucy and Asher, where a new drama was about to unfold, igniting an atmosphere of dread. At the center of what was meant to be a celebration, amidst the shocked murmurs and confused gasps, Asher's hand moved with chilling intent to the inside of his jacket. Time seemed to stand still as he withdrew a small, gleaming object, a concealed handgun, signaling a rapid escalation of the situation. Lucy was the first to sense the impending danger. She cried out Asher's name in alarm, her mascara-streaked face a portrait of horror. Her piercing scream sliced through the chaos, seizing the attention of everyone in the room. The guests turned in terror, witnessing Asher raise the gun, his hand tremoring with evident fear and rage. Finn, alerted by Lucy's frantic cry, pivoted to confront this terrifying new threat. Disbelief etched across his face as he saw his armed cousin. Panic erupted like wildfire throughout the venue. Guests scrambled in all directions, some seeking refuge behind chairs while others rushed toward the exits. The musicians of the string quartet abandoned their instruments, which clattered to the ground as they fled. Yet, in the midst of the chaos, Finn remained unnervingly calm. With a steady voice, he attempted to reason with Asher, urging him to reconsider his actions and to lower the weapon. But Asher seemed lost to madness, his eyes wild and unfocused, the grip of rational thought slipping away. As he ranted about ruined plans and shattered dreams, Lucy, her wedding gown now a disheveled mess, approached Asher with caution. Her voice trembled as she pleaded with him, insisting that violence would not solve their problems. For a fleeting moment, it seemed her desperate words might resonate, but Asher's resolve hardened once again. The tension reached a boiling point as he declared that there was no turning back. In a swift blur, he tightened his grip on the trigger. Lucy lunged forward in a courageous attempt to disarm him, while Finn sprinted toward them, driven by the instinct to protect her. The scene culminated in a heart-stopping instant as a deafening gunshot echoed through the ballroom, plunging everyone into a state of shock and uncertainty, wondering who had been struck. The haunting echo of the gunshot lingered in the air, creating a brief, chilling silence. Then, as if released from an invisible grip, the scene erupted into pandemonium once again. Lucy Stevens collapsed, her pristine white wedding gown rapidly staining with a horrifying spread of crimson. Finn Calloway rushed to her side, all previous anger vanishing in the face of this catastrophic moment. He cradled her in his arms, the weight of the situation crashing down upon him. Asher, on the other hand, stood in a state of shock, the weapon slipping from his fingers and clattering to the floor, his expression one of utter disbelief. Unable to comprehend the consequences of his actions, Finn desperately tried to staunch the flow of blood from Lucy's chest wound. His voice trembled as he pleaded for her to stay conscious, the earlier feelings of betrayal overshadowed by a frantic urgency to save her life. Lucy fought to focus on Finn, her eyes fluttering open with a monumental effort. In a barely audible whisper, she attempted to express her remorse. But her words were cut short by a cough that brought blood to her lips, the severity of her condition painfully evident. She struggled to convey her regret, leaving the air thick with unspoken words. Around them, chaos reigned. Guests trained in first aid rushed to assist, while others frantically dialed emergency services. Meanwhile, Asher Stevens remained frozen, paralyzed by the unfolding horror. Finn's father and another guest held him back, preventing him from losing himself in despair. The wait for the ambulance felt endless. Finn held Lucy, whispering words of encouragement and forgiveness, striving to keep her conscious. Yet with each passing moment her responses grew feebler, her breaths more labored. By the time the paramedics arrived, it was tragically too late. Despite their best efforts, Lucy Stevens was pronounced dead at the scene. Her life, filled with promise, was cut short in the very place where she was meant to begin a new chapter. As the police arrived to take control, the full weight of this tragedy enveloped Rosewood Hills. What should have been a day of joy and celebration transformed into an enduring nightmare for all present. In the months that followed the harrowing events at Rosewood Hills, the lives of everyone involved were irrevocably altered. Asher Calloway faced charges of second-degree murder, ultimately receiving a life sentence in prison, his once promising future extinguished by a moment of jealous rage. Finn Calloway, overwhelmed by grief and guilt, abandoned his career in the country. He sought refuge in the remote wilderness areas he had once dedicated himself to protect. Born in 1989, Sarah Callahan grew up in a middle-class family in Hartford, Connecticut. Her father, Michael Callahan, a high school history teacher, and her mother, Elizabeth Callahan, a dedicated nurse, provided a stable upbringing. As the younger of two children, Sarah shared her childhood with her older brother, Jason, who was 3 years her senior. From an early age, Sarah exhibited remarkable intelligence and an insatiable drive to excel. Her prowess in school, particularly in English and debate, set her apart from her peers. Teachers frequently praised her ability to dissect complex situations and express her thoughts with clarity. This skill would prove invaluable as she navigated the turbulent waters of her future, ultimately leading her to unravel a mystery that would engulf her life. However, Sarah's childhood was marred by challenges. At just 14 years old, she witnessed the bitter divorce of her parents. This painful experience left her with a profound fear of betrayal and a fierce determination to create a stable and loving family of her own someday. In response to the chaos at home, Sarah immersed herself in her studies, channeling her energy into academic success. Her dedication bore fruit when she was accepted to Yale University on a partial scholarship, where she majored in communications with a minor in psychology. Captivated by human interaction and communication, it was during her sophomore year that she met David Thompson at a campus mixer. David, a senior studying business administration, was immediately captivated by Sarah's quick wit and inviting smile. Their relationship flourished rapidly, with David's confidence and ambition perfectly complementing Sarah's intelligence and empathetic nature. By the time she graduated, they were already discussing their future together, including marriage. 2 years later, They exchanged vows in a picturesque ceremony surrounded by loved ones. Following college, Sarah's career in marketing took flight. She possessed an innate understanding of consumer behavior and the art of crafting compelling campaigns. By the age of 30, Sarah had ascended to the role of marketing executive at a prestigious advertising firm in Hartford. Yet, amidst her professional triumphs, the dream of starting a family remained a priority for her and David, who had always envisioned children. Unfortunately, as the years passed, they faced the heart-wrenching struggle of infertility. This emotional ordeal seemed to strengthen their bond, or so Sarah believed. The early years of their marriage were filled with joy and anticipation. They purchased a charming 4-bedroom colonial home, eagerly planning to fill it with children. Their weekends were dedicated to renovations and exploring local farmers markets, fostering a sense of community and togetherness. They frequently hosted dinner parties for their expanding circle of friends. David's career as a management consultant, however, required him to embark on frequent business trips that often extended for several days. Initially, Sarah found these separations challenging to endure. Over time, Sarah had grown accustomed to the strain in their relationship. She filled her days with work, yoga classes, and volunteer activities at the local animal shelter. When David was home, they made the most of their time together, taking romantic weekends away or simply curling up on the couch, pretending everything was as it should be. With a bottle of wine and a good movie, their friends often remarked on how in love they still seemed, even after years of marriage. Sarah and David finished each other's sentences, laughed at shared inside jokes, and always projected a united front to the world. They were the couple everyone aspired to be. But as the years passed, subtle changes began to infiltrate their relationship. David's business trips grew more frequent and extended in duration. He often appeared distracted during his time at home. Michael Callahan, her husband, frequently checked his phone or stepped away to take calls. Sarah attributed this behavior to the stress of his job, striving to be understanding. Yet, the first real crack in their seemingly perfect facade appeared on their 10th wedding anniversary. Yet, on that anniversary, David, who had always celebrated such occasions with grandeur, forgot the date entirely. He was away on a business trip and failed to call until late that evening. When Sarah gently reminded him, he offered a distracted apology. It was a small thing, but it planted a seed of doubt in her mind. Little did Sarah Callahan know, the seed of suspicion she had unknowingly planted would soon grow into a tangled web of deceit. The pivotal moment that altered the course of her life forever arrived on a rainy Tuesday afternoon in April. She had taken a half-day off work, seeking a moment of peace in her otherwise busy life. In preparation for a dinner party they were hosting that weekend, Sarah rummaged through the guest room closet for a specific serving platter. Instead, she stumbled upon a shoebox she did not recognize. Curiosity got the better of her, and she opened it, unaware of the shocking discovery that awaited her. Inside the shoebox, Sarah discovered a collection of items that made her blood run cold. A second cell phone, a stack of birthday and Father's Day cards addressed to Daddy in a child's handwriting, and several photographs of David with a woman and 2 young children she had never seen before. Hands shaking, Sarah examined the photos more closely. They depicted David looking happy and relaxed, with his arms around a beautiful brunette. 2 children, a boy who appeared to be about 7 and a girl who looked around 5, smiled up at the camera, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in their family. The backgrounds of several photos hinted at a home, not a hotel room or a vacation spot. Sarah's mind raced with confusion and betrayal. Was this an old relationship David had never disclosed to her? However, the children looked too young for that theory to hold. The most recent Father's Day card was dated just last year. With a sinking feeling in her stomach, Sarah came to the painful realization she had been subconsciously avoiding. David had another family. In a daze, Sarah began her investigation. She powered on the second phone and discovered it was still active. Hundreds of text messages filled the screen, exchanged between David and a woman named Jennifer, overflowing with endearments and discussions of everyday family life that shattered her reality. As Sarah sifted through the messages detailing school plays, doctor's appointments, and plans for family vacations, each notification felt like a knife piercing her heart. Driven by a desperate need for answers, she turned to the internet. It didn't take long for Sarah to uncover the digital footprint of Jennifer Lawrence. Though the woman's profile was largely private, enough details leaked through to confirm Sarah's darkest suspicions. There were check-ins at restaurants in Columbus, Ohio during the very times David claimed to be on business trips. Jennifer's posts were vague yet telling, filled with declarations of love for her family, meticulously avoiding any mention of a husband. As the grim reality of her situation settled in, a storm of emotions engulfed Sarah. Shock, betrayal, anger, and an overwhelming sadness that threatened to consume her. The life she believed to be real and the husband she thought she knew had all been a carefully constructed facade. Hours slipped away as Sarah pored over David's credit card statements, searching for more signs of his deception. Regular charges in Columbus, which David had always dismissed as business expenses, jumped out at her. Then, lurking in the shadows of her investigation, she stumbled upon a hidden bank account, one she had never known existed, filled with regular transfers to an account in Jennifer's name. As night enveloped her home, Sarah sat alone in the dimly lit living room, the weight of her husband's betrayal pressing down on her. The sanctuary that once held her happiest memories now felt tainted, every joyful moment now shrouded in doubt. Faced with a pivotal choice, she contemplated whether to confront David, seek legal counsel, or reach out to Jennifer. Unbeknownst to her, her discovery was merely the beginning of a harrowing journey. The decisions she would make in the ensuing days would ignite a chain of events with fatal repercussions, ensnaring more than just herself in this intricate web of secrets and lies. As Sarah continued her investigation, the contours of David's hidden life began to take shape. Jennifer Lawrence, a 34-year-old pediatric nurse at Nationwide Children's Hospital in Columbus, had crossed paths with David 8 years prior during his extended consulting project. Their whirlwind romance had led to Jennifer's pregnancy just months after they met, despite David already being married to Sarah for 4 years. Rather than confessing to either woman, David made the fateful choice to lead a double life. He spun a tale to Jennifer, claiming his job required him to split his time between Columbus and Hartford, a convenient excuse for his frequent absences. To uphold the ruse, he even acquired a modest home in a Columbus suburb under an LLC, establishing a part-time residence for his second family. To his children, Jacob and Emily, David's fabricated narrative of a demanding job seemed credible and convincing. He crafted an elaborate web of lies, insisting he was a pilot to explain his constant absences. To Jennifer and the kids, he was the devoted family man, striving to be present despite the challenges of his career. As Sarah Callahan reflected on her life, an unsettling obsession took hold. She found herself constantly comparing her existence to that of Jennifer Lawrence. While Sarah and her husband, Michael Callahan, resided in a large, beautifully appointed home, Jennifer's life appeared simpler, nestled in a smaller, cozier house with their children. Meanwhile, Sarah and Michael mingled at glamorous corporate events, their lives seemingly perfect. The disparity between the two women's lives weighed heavily on Sarah. While she and Michael enjoyed the trappings of success, Jennifer's social media painted a picture of joyful chaos: children's birthday parties, little league games, and family barbecues. The stark differences in the two lives David Thompson led were astounding. With Sarah, he embodied the ambitious, polished executive, his tailored suits a sharp contrast to the more relaxed version of himself captured in photos with Jennifer. At charity galas and on exotic vacations, David thrived in the spotlight alongside Sarah. Yet images from his life with Jennifer depicted a man at ease, dressed in jeans and t-shirts, building sandcastles and pushing swings. A creeping doubt took root in Sarah's mind. Was this other life, this other version of David, more genuine than the one she thought she knew? Had their entire marriage been a facade crafted by him? The David she had loved seemed incapable of embracing the humble domesticity he appeared to share with Jennifer. As unsettling thoughts swirled, Sarah grappled with a painful realization. Had she ever truly known him? Each revelation about David's secret family chipped away at her sanity, leaving her emotions in turmoil, ranging from rage to heartbreak, interwoven with a strange sense of fascination. She wondered about Jennifer. Was she an unwitting victim of this elaborate deception? Or had Jennifer known about Sarah all along? And what of the children, innocent souls unaware that their family life was built on a foundation of lies? As the truth began to unfold, Sarah recognized that confronting David would not solely address her own pain. It would ripple outwards, affecting the lives of two young children who had done nothing wrong. The weight of this realization bore down on her, heavy and suffocating. With each passing moment, the decision about her next steps grew increasingly burdensome. After days of inner turmoil, Sarah resolved that she could no longer dwell in deceit. She craved answers, and she needed them from David. Choosing a Friday evening, the stage was set for confrontation. As Friday approached, Sarah felt the tension mount. It was the day Michael was due to return from a business trip. Anxiety consumed her. Thoughts raced as she rehearsed her words, envisioned his reactions, and braced herself for every conceivable outcome. When the clock struck 7 p.m., David walked through the door. His welcoming smile faltered as he took in the sight of Sarah sitting rigidly on the living room couch, a shoebox and piles of damning evidence spread out before her on the coffee table. The moment of truth had arrived. The weight of the decision loomed over Sarah like a dark cloud, heavy with uncertainty. After days of tormenting introspection, she understood that she could no longer live a lie. Answers were imperative, and they could only come from David. She marked Friday evening on her calendar as the moment of confrontation. As David's business trip drew to a close, anticipation twisted in Sarah's stomach, a relentless storm of anxiety. Throughout the day, she rehearsed her words, envisioning his reactions, mentally preparing herself for the myriad of outcomes that could unfold. When David finally stepped through the door at 7 p.m., his familiar smile faded, replaced by confusion. There, on the living room couch, sat Sarah, her posture rigid and resolute. Before her lay a shoebox, an assembly of evidence meticulously arranged on the coffee table, an undeniable testament to the truth she was ready to confront. The color drained from David Thompson's face as the gravity of the moment hit him. His carefully constructed world was about to come crashing down. In a voice that trembled slightly, Sarah Callahan spoke, urging him, "We need to talk." Despite her efforts to maintain composure, the tremor in her voice betrayed her. "I know about Jennifer and the kids. I know everything." David stood frozen in the doorway, his expression a mask of shock and fear, as the truth hung heavily in the air. Then a switch flipped within him. He shifted into damage control mode, stepping toward Sarah with his hands raised in a placating gesture. "Honey, I can explain. It's not what you think." But Sarah was beyond the reach of placation. Her patience had worn thin. Months of suspicion, followed by days steeped in agonizing certainty, had left her raw and furious. She erupted, her voice rising in a storm of questions and accusations that pierced the heavy atmosphere. "How long has this been going on?" Betrayed, she demanded to know how he could do this to her. Did he ever truly love her? Or was their entire marriage just a facade? David's responses tumbled out in a chaotic mix of excuses and apologies. He claimed he hadn't meant for it to happen, that he felt trapped and loved both families in different ways. He insisted he had always intended to end things with Jennifer, but the arrival of children complicated matters. He was sorry, so very sorry. Yet, as the argument escalated, Sarah noted a chilling transformation in David's demeanor. His initial shock and remorse morphed into a cold, calculating look. When Sarah threatened to reveal the truth to Jennifer, David's voice turned menacing, urging her to think very carefully about her next move. In that moment, Sarah realized she was faced with a side of David she had never known existed. This was not the man she had married, the man she believed she knew better than anyone else. This was a stranger, capable of maintaining a lie for years. For the first time, fear flickered within her. The confrontation came to an abrupt end as David, his face a twisted mask of anger and panic, stormed out of their home. Sarah listened as his car roared to life and sped away, leaving her alone in the echoing silence of their once shared sanctuary. The remnants of their shattered life surrounded her, and in the immediate aftermath, she felt a numbing void wash over her. Moving through the house in a daze, she oscillated between bouts of uncontrollable tears and eerie calm. She called in sick to work, spending days shrouded in a fog, hardly eating or sleeping, replaying the confrontation in her mind like a haunting refrain. David did not return home. At first, Sarah assumed he had gone to Jennifer, either to warn her or to finally make a choice between families. But as the days dragged on without a word from him, with no charges appearing on their joint credit cards and no activity on his main cell phone, a gnawing worry took root in her mind. Where was David? What was he planning? The man she had confronted was not the David she knew. A sense of dread settled over her as she realized she had no idea what he might be capable of. As the silence stretched on, her worry morphed into a palpable fear. She hadn't confided in anyone about the shocking revelations she had uncovered during their confrontation. With David now missing and her world in chaos, Sarah came to a devastating realization. She was alone, burdened by a secret that felt overwhelmingly large and perilous to keep hidden. Unbeknownst to her, the choice to finally reveal what she knew would ignite a series of events with unforeseen ramifications. 5 days after the confrontation, still without any word from David, Sarah reached a breaking point and broke her silence. She reached out to David's younger sister, Emma Thompson, the family member she felt most connected to. Over coffee in a quiet cafe, Sarah poured out the entire harrowing tale. Emma listened, her expression shifting from confusion to horror, her face pale and drawn as the magnitude of David's deception unfolded before her. As Sarah detailed the extent of the lies, Emma's initial shock quickly transformed into urgency. Convinced that David's sudden disappearance warranted serious concern, she insisted they report his absence to the police, despite Sarah's hesitations. Fearing the public exposure of their private tragedy, Sarah ultimately agreed, recognizing that the police needed to take her report seriously. Detective Michael Lawson, a seasoned investigator known for his ability to solve complex cases, was assigned to the inquiry. Detective Lawson listened intently as Sarah recounted the troubling events leading up to David's disappearance. The revelation of his secret family raised immediate red flags for the experienced detective. Meanwhile, Jennifer Lawrence, David's mistress, was left reeling, unable to process the shocking news. Initially, Sarah Callahan found herself engulfed in silence, refusing to speak to anyone. Yet, as the investigation unfolded, the weight of her circumstances forced her hand. Reluctantly, she began to cooperate with the police. Her statement painted a picture of David Thompson, a loving partner and father, who had never given her any reason to suspect he led a double life. As Detective Lawson delved deeper into the investigation, more inconsistencies in David's life began to emerge. Financial records revealed suspicious transfers of large sums of money that did not align with his known income. Colleagues reported discrepancies regarding David's claimed business trips, which did not match company records. The carefully crafted image of David Thompson as a successful and honest businessman began to crumble under the weight of mounting evidence revealing fraud and deceit. 2 weeks into the investigation, a potential breakthrough emerged when David's car was discovered abandoned in a parking garage near Bradley International Airport. Security footage revealed David entering the garage, but no recordings captured his departure. This shocking discovery only deepened the enigma surrounding his disappearance. Had David fled the country? Was he hiding, waiting for the storm to pass, or had something more sinister transpired? As the investigation intensified, the emotional toll began to manifest in both Sarah and Jennifer. Once a staple of the social scene, Sarah transformed into a near recluse, venturing outside only when absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, Jennifer fought to maintain a semblance of normalcy for her children amidst the turmoil. As the stress of the situation became overwhelming, Sarah Callahan took a leave of absence from work. The chain of events ignited by her shocking discovery had already irrevocably altered many lives. Yet, as the relentless search for David Thompson continued, no one could have predicted the dark turn that awaited. Weeks morphed into months, and Detective Michael Lawson, alongside his dedicated team, delved deep into every facet of David's life. What they unearthed painted a disturbing portrait of a man who had been living on the precipice of exposure for years, balancing not only 2 families but also an intricate web of financial deceit. Interviews with David's colleagues revealed a troubling pattern of discrepancies woven throughout his work history. Simon Reeves, a fellow consultant, recounted unsettling instances where David had claimed to be attending client meetings that Reeves knew had never occurred. Once impressed by David's knack for bringing in new business, Simon now found himself questioning the very existence of those clients. Simon Reeves reflected on those moments, haunted by the realization that David's professional facade was built on a foundation of lies. It was becoming increasingly clear that David's world was not what it seemed. The investigation into David's financial records revealed an even more damning narrative. Forensic accountants uncovered an elaborate Ponzi scheme that David had orchestrated for years. He had exploited his position to fabricate consulting contracts, using funds from new investors to pay off the old ones. In the shadows of this deception, he skimmed substantial amounts for himself. This revelation explained how he had managed to sustain 2 households while indulging in a lavish lifestyle. As the truth surrounding David's fraudulent endeavors surfaced, many of his former friends and associates found themselves under intense scrutiny. Sarah, still grappling with the wreckage of her marriage, now faced the unsettling possibility that her entire life with David had been constructed on criminal activity. She spent countless hours consulting with lawyers, striving to grasp the full extent of her legal vulnerabilities. Though blissfully unaware of David's illicit activities until now, she feared that the comfort of her lifestyle had been financed by stolen money. Meanwhile, in Columbus, Jennifer Lawrence wrestled with her own version of this waking nightmare. The life she had envisioned with David, the father of her children, was collapsing around her. Each encounter with the police turned into a painful interrogation, as every moment shared with David over the years was meticulously examined for clues. The hardest part was explaining to Jacob and Emily why their father was absent, and why the television broadcasts were filled with accusations against him. As the investigation unfolded, a clearer timeline of David's last known movements began to take shape. Security footage from the airport parking garage, where David's car had been discovered, captured him entering on the night of his disappearance, a large duffel bag in hand. Yet, eerily, no footage revealed him leaving the garage. The investigation led to a meticulous search of the airport parking garage, including areas that surveillance cameras did not cover. It was during this thorough examination that investigators stumbled upon a grim discovery. Hidden away in a rarely used stairwell, they found David Thompson's duffel bag. Inside the bag lay his wallet, phone, and a handwritten note. The contents of that note sent shockwaves through everyone involved in the case. In it, David confessed to his fraudulent activities and expressed deep remorse for the pain he had inflicted on both of his families. He described feeling trapped, burdened by a constant fear of discovery that had haunted him for years. The note concluded with a chilling proclamation. "By the time you read this, I'll be gone. It's better this way. I'm sorry for everything." This startling revelation shifted the investigation's trajectory. Was this a suicide note? Had David taken his own life? And if so, where was his body? Was this yet another deception in a life woven with lies, designed to mislead investigators as he vanished to start anew elsewhere? As the search for David Thompson entered a critical new phase, the ripple effects of his actions continued to expand. Lives had been shattered, fortunes lost, and reputations destroyed. Yet the full scope of the damage remained obscured, and the body count was poised to rise. Just 3 months after David's disappearance, the investigation took a dark and unexpected turn. Simon Reeves, David's colleague who had previously spoken to the police about discrepancies in David's work claims, was discovered dead in his home. At first glance, it seemed a tragic accident. Reeves had apparently fallen down the stairs. However, as the investigation into Reeves's death progressed, a chilling theory began to take shape. Had someone silenced him to prevent any further disclosures about David's fraudulent actions? Yet certain details of the case did not align. Detective Michael Lawson, now at the helm of a dedicated task force for the Thompson case, approached the scene with a keen eye and a healthy dose of skepticism. The position of Simon Reeves's body raised immediate questions, suggesting that an accidental fall was unlikely. Known as a social drinker, Reeves was not someone who indulged excessively. However, a thorough forensic examination revealed traces of a powerful sedative in his system, hinting at a more sinister circumstance surrounding his death. The circumstances surrounding his death became increasingly suspect, particularly since it was later revealed that he had ingested a sedative not prescribed to him. The timing of Reeves's death was undeniably suspicious. He had been scheduled to provide a more detailed statement to the police the very next day. News of his death reverberated through the lives of those who had known David, leaving them to grapple with the dark implications of this unfolding tragedy. As the investigation unfolded, those who had been interviewed by the police began to feel the weight of paranoia. What began as a scandalous story of a double life had spiraled into a deadly affair. Sarah Callahan, already grappling with anxiety and depression, felt the growing tension around her. In the aftermath of David's disappearance, Sarah Callahan found herself nearly paralyzed with fear. Though she had never known Simon Reeves well, the notion that someone linked to David's case had met a violent end sent chills down her spine. Jennifer's anxiety was palpable. She had children to protect. The thought of them being in danger due to their connection to David weighed heavily on her. The situation was almost unbearable, leaving her contemplating a fresh start far away from the turmoil. However, the relentless investigation made such an escape impossible. As the investigation progressed, officers discovered that Simon had been compiling a file on David Thompson's questionable activities. His home office had been thoroughly searched prior to the police's arrival, but a hidden safe lay undisturbed, its secrets waiting to be uncovered. Inside that safe, detectives found documents that hinted at a far deeper web of deception than they had initially suspected, possibly involving offshore accounts and connections to organized crime. The death of Simon Reeves marked a pivotal moment in the investigation. What began as a tale of infidelity and financial misdeeds had transformed into a potential murder case. As fears escalated and tensions boiled, it became clear that Simon Reeves's death would not be the last life claimed by the fallout of David Thompson's tangled web of lies. In the weeks following the tragedy, a palpable sense of dread enveloped everyone connected to the case. The police increased their patrols in the area where Jennifer and her children resided, but their presence did little to quell the rising tide of fear. As threats began to surface, the chilling reality set in. The investigation into the life and death of Simon Reeves was far from over, and the shadows cast by David Thompson's actions loomed larger than ever. Amidst the chaos, Sarah Callahan found herself haunted by anonymous phone calls in the dead of night, the sound of heavy breathing sending chills down her spine. Jennifer Lawrence, grappling with her own fears, discovered her car vandalized, the word liar cruelly scratched into the paint. The investigation into Simon Reeves's death only led to more unsettling discoveries, including a package sent to David's former boss, which contained a dead rat, a grotesque message that added another layer of terror to the unfolding story. Surveillance footage from the neighborhood revealed a nondescript van, lurking ominously near Reeves's house on the night he was killed. The stakes continued to rise as Sarah took precautionary measures, installing a security system in her home and rarely stepping out into the streets of Columbus. The investigation took a dark turn when it was revealed that the license plate of a suspicious vehicle had been obscured. As Detective Michael Lawson and his team delved deeper, they uncovered unsettling reports from neighbors of Simon Reeves. In the days leading up to his death, a stranger had been seen asking questions about him. However, the descriptions of this mysterious figure were vague and contradictory, leaving the investigators with more questions than answers. As pressure mounted, the urgency to find the truth grew. As the police continued to dig into Simon Reeves's death, cracks began to show in the facade of those closest to the case. Emma Thompson, David's sister, suffered a public breakdown in a local supermarket, screaming at a cashier whom she mistakenly believed was watching her. Meanwhile, Jennifer's oldest child, Jacob, was grappling with fear and uncertainty, feeling the weight of the family's troubles. Meanwhile, David Thompson faced his own troubles at school. He was suspended for getting into a fight with a classmate who taunted him about his missing father. Determined to uncover the truth, Detective Lawson and his team worked tirelessly, chasing down every lead, no matter how insignificant it seemed. They believed that the key to solving the enigma lay buried within the missing pieces of David's financial records. Yet, just when they thought they were closing in on a breakthrough, yet another dead end would emerge, further complicating the case. The atmosphere was charged, like a powder keg, with tensions rising with each passing hour. All it would take was one spark to set off an explosion, and that spark arrived in the form of another shocking death. Just 6 weeks after the murder of Simon Reeves, tragedy struck once more, this time much closer to home. Emma Thompson, the younger sister of David Thompson. Emma, the very person who had encouraged Sarah Callahan to approach the police, was discovered lifeless in her apartment. Unlike the earlier murder of Reeves, there was no attempt to disguise this as an accident. Emma had been brutally strangled, and her living space had been ransacked. The brutality of the scene left even the most seasoned detectives reeling. It was evident that the killer had been searching for something, but whether they had succeeded remained a chilling mystery. The news hit Sarah like a physical blow. Emma had stood as her closest confidant throughout this harrowing ordeal. Emma was the one person who grasped the complex emotions Sarah was wrestling with. Now she was gone, another victim of the chaos unleashed by David. Upon hearing the devastating news, Jennifer Lawrence made the agonizing decision to relocate her children to her parents' home. Their new residence lay in rural Ohio. The danger now felt too close, too real, and her maternal instincts screamed at her to shield her children from the impending threat. As the investigation into Emma's murder advanced, a disturbing theory began to crystallize. Emma had been diligently compiling her own dossier on David's activities, driven by disbelief, anger, and an urgent need to comprehend how her brother could have spun such an elaborate web of deceit. Had she stumbled upon something that made her a target? The police reported that Emma's laptop was missing from her apartment, and her cloud storage had been wiped clean mere hours before her estimated time of death. Whatever Emma had discovered, someone had gone to extraordinary lengths to ensure it never saw the light of day. The twin tragedies of Reeves and Emma sent shockwaves through law enforcement. The FBI was officially called in, as the case had now clearly transcended the jurisdiction of local police. Agent Carla Mendez, a veteran investigator of high-profile white-collar crimes, was assigned to collaborate with Detective Michael Lawson. As Mendez delved deeper into the case, she began to identify patterns that indicated this situation was more complex than just David Thompson. The financial fraud, the murders, and the professional hits disguised as accidents. It all pointed to an unsettling involvement of organized crime. Had David unwittingly entangled himself with dangerous individuals? Or was he more deeply embroiled in illicit activities than anyone had dared to suspect? With 2 murders now intricately linked to the case, the urgency to locate David, dead or alive, intensified. Yet the man who had successfully led a double life for years was proving just as elusive in his disappearance. As the investigation transitioned into a new phase, those left in David's wake could only wait in terror, questioning who might be the next target. A breakthrough in the case would soon come from an unexpected source. Meanwhile, a hiker traversing a state park, roughly 50 miles from Millbrook, stumbled upon an abandoned cabin. Inside, he found evidence of recent occupation, including a wall plastered with newspaper clippings. The scene sent chills down his spine. Feeling the weight of the discovery, he called the police. Upon their arrival, Detective Michael Lawson and FBI agent Carla Mendez immediately recognized the significance of the cabin. Hidden beneath a loose floorboard, they uncovered a laptop that would later be confirmed as belonging to Emma Thompson. This discovery marked the first real lead they had encountered in weeks. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the cabin and its surrounds, Sarah received a phone call that chilled her to the bone. It was David. His voice was ragged, barely recognizable. He insisted on meeting her to explain everything. Against her better judgment, driven by a desperate need for answers, Sarah reluctantly agreed to the encounter. The chosen rendezvous point was an abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. With her heart pounding, Sarah entered the dilapidated building. She had tipped off Detective Lawson about the meeting, assuring herself that the police were surrounding the area. Yet, the sense of vulnerability was overwhelming. David emerged from the shadows, a ghost of the man she had once married. He looked gaunt, his eyes sunken, his once immaculate appearance now reduced to a ragged state. For a moment, silence enveloped them, the weight of all that had transpired hanging heavily between them. Finally, David began to speak. His words poured out in a torrent. He spoke of his involvement with a criminal organization years earlier. Using his consulting job as a cover for money laundering, it had started as a thrill, a way to earn extra money. But soon, he found himself ensnared, unable to escape. His voice broke as he recounted his feelings for Jennifer and the kids, revealing how he had genuinely fallen in love with his second family. He had tried to keep them shielded from his criminal activities, striving to provide them with a normal life he felt he could never fully offer. As David spoke, Sarah experienced a tumultuous mix of emotions: anger, pity, disgust, and a lingering echo of the love she had once felt for this man. But above all, she felt a deep, aching sadness for the lives shattered by David's choices. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted. He mentioned Emma and Simon Reeves. David's eyes took on a wild, paranoid look. He was convinced they were coming for him, that nowhere was safe. Alarmed by his erratic behavior, Sarah Callahan tried to calm him down, urging him to turn himself in. At that moment, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Panic erupted within David as he pulled out a gun. Sarah hadn't even realized he was armed. She instinctively raised her hands, attempting to reason with him. But he was beyond reason. He waved the gun erratically, shouting about how he couldn't go to prison. What unfolded next happened in mere seconds but would linger in Sarah's nightmares for years to come. The police burst into the dimly lit room, their commands echoing as they ordered David Thompson to drop his weapon. In a moment of sheer despair, David's face twisted with anguish, and he turned the gun toward himself. A deafening shot pierced the chaos that ensued as officers swarmed the scene and paramedics rushed in, desperately trying to save lives. Sarah Callahan stood frozen, her heart racing as she witnessed the tragic conclusion of David Thompson's story unfold before her eyes. In the days and weeks that followed the confrontation at the abandoned factory, the true extent of David's crimes began to unravel, revealing a dark and twisted narrative. Inside the cabin, investigators discovered a laptop that would change everything. It contained a trove of information, exposing a tangled web of financial fraud, money laundering, and links to organized crime that stretched across more than a decade. Miraculously, David survived his suicide attempt, but he remained in a coma, unable to confront the consequences of his actions. He would never stand trial, never face the victims whose lives had been irrevocably altered by his greed. For many, this felt like a profound injustice. However, the criminal organization that David had been entangled with was now under scrutiny, leading to a cascade of arrests that sent shockwaves through the community. The shocking revelation came to light that Simon Reeves and Emma Thompson had not been murdered by David, as previously believed, but by members of this very organization, desperate to silence any threats of exposure. With her life irrevocably changed, Sarah made the difficult decision to leave Millbrook behind. Meanwhile, Jennifer Lawrence and her children chose to stay in Ohio, struggling to rebuild their lives far away from the relentless spotlight. They faced the arduous task of piecing together their existence, grappling with the shadows of the past that loomed over them. Have you ever pondered the unsettling reality of what transpires when someone disappears without a trace? Sydney West, a vibrant 20-year-old woman, was last spotted walking along the iconic Golden Gate Bridge, shrouded in a veil of dense fog. The final moments of her life remain an elusive mystery, one that haunts her loved ones. Her family, engulfed in a storm of desperation, is relentlessly pursuing the truth. How did a seemingly perfect family become ensnared in a web of uncertainty and despair? Stay with me as we delve into the surprising details of this enigmatic case. Let us unravel the theories surrounding Sydney West's disappearance. Born on July 11, 2001 in California, she was the eldest daughter of Jay and Kimberly West, who also had another daughter, Faith. The family spent most of Sydney's life in the suburban embrace of Pleasanton. Pleasanton, California, is a thriving city, home to over 70,000 residents, and celebrated for its quality of life. Sydney was affectionately described by her family and friends as a cheerful spirit, someone who radiated positivity and made those around her feel valued. She possessed intelligence and a love for engaging conversations. From a young age, Sydney harbored a deep connection with nature, particularly trees, which ignited her passion for the environment. As she matured, she even persuaded her mother to adopt composting practices to reduce waste. At Foothill High School in Pleasanton, Sydney earned a reputation as an exemplary student, fiercely dedicated to sports, especially volleyball. In 2017, her life took a turn as her family relocated to Chapel Hill, North Carolina. In Chapel Hill, Sydney enrolled at Carborough High School, where she ascended to the role of co-captain on the volleyball team. Following her high school graduation, she embraced new adventures, embarking on a journey into beach volleyball and the arts. Sydney immersed herself in writing, drawing, and painting, but it was music that ignited her soul. She often performed at local bars, showcasing songs she had penned herself, sharing her heart with anyone willing to listen. These heartfelt songs found a home online, available for anyone curious enough to explore her artistry. After graduating from high school in 2019, Sydney made the bold decision to take a year off, seeking to escape the confines of routine and embark on a journey of self-discovery. During this pivotal period, she opened up on her personal blog, sharing her struggles with anxiety and depression. Her travels took her to Australia, where she continued her passion for beach volleyball, followed by a transformative yoga retreat in Mexico. Back home, her parents enlisted the help of a college counselor, aiming to guide Sydney toward her dream school. Jay and Kimberly West had high aspirations for their daughter, wishing for her to gain admission to one of the prestigious 8 universities in the United States, including Harvard and Princeton. Reports indicate that her parents invested over $20,000 in hiring the college counselor and covering expenses for Sydney's university visits, a testament to their unwavering support. They later submitted applications to these elite institutions. Just a year prior, Sydney faced rejection from every university she applied to, despite her exceptional academic record. Determined to secure her future, her parents opted to invest even more, hoping this time would yield different results. Yet, despite their efforts and investment, Sydney found herself again facing disappointment, having been denied admission to any of the 8 most prestigious universities in the United States, leaving her family reeling from the unexpected outcome. In a moment of overwhelming grief, Sydney West's father shattered her phone with a hammer, a physical manifestation of the turmoil that had engulfed their family. Despite facing rejection from numerous universities, Sydney defied the odds and secured admission to the prestigious University of California, Berkeley. Her aspirations were clear. She aimed to remain at Berkeley until she could transfer to a university she deemed superior. However, her parents vehemently opposed her plans, believing it would be more prudent for her to stay in North Carolina and enroll in a nearby university. They were concerned about the financial burden, as attending school in California would entail significantly higher costs. Staying in state would not only lighten the family's financial load, but also allow Sydney to intern at her father's workplace. Yet Sydney's determination to attend Berkeley was unwavering, a fierce stand against her parents' wishes. They ultimately relented, stating that while she could pursue her dream, they would only cover the tuition equivalent to that of a university in North Carolina. That sum amounted to nearly $10,000, substantial, yet paltry in comparison to the nearly $70,000 she would face at Berkeley. Faced with this financial chasm, Sydney contemplated taking out a student loan to fund her education. In an entrepreneurial spirit, she launched an online store to sell her belongings, raising money for her future. On July 4, 2020, amid the celebration of Independence Day, the West family gathered at a lakeside house, the day promising relaxation and joy. Tragedy struck when Sydney, in an impulsive moment of excitement, leaped into the lake from a boat shed, only to suffer a severe concussion. Following her injury, she underwent treatment, but by August 2020, she was ready to embark on her journey at Berkeley. At Berkeley, Sydney immersed herself in a freshman program designed to ease the transition into university life. This program offered her the chance to meet fellow students, engage in coursework, and familiarize herself with the campus. Yet, Sydney found herself at a crossroads, uncertain of her major. Her heart leaned toward medicine, but doubts loomed large. Additionally, the challenges of adapting to university life weighed heavily on her. The reality was starkly different from her expectations. August 2020 brought not only the start of the semester, but also a global health crisis that altered the fabric of campus life. Students faced mass virus testing, quarantines, and a constant state of uncertainty. California enforced strict lockdown measures, leaving Sydney and her peers trapped in an unyielding routine devoid of normalcy. Isolated in their dorms, students were confined to their rooms, unable to have visitors, and limited to interactions with only a dozen others in the same building. With classes shifted to a virtual format, Sydney struggled to keep up, as the long hours in front of a computer screen exacerbated her headaches from the concussion. This new reality proved to be an arduous challenge for her. Recognizing the need for healing, Sydney ultimately opted to take a leave of absence from college, prioritizing her recovery. She returned home, her dreams momentarily on hold. In 2021, Sydney planned to return to Berkeley, but her decision to step back from campus life meant she could no longer reside in the dorms, leaving her with a difficult choice. She was resolute not to go back to North Carolina. In an effort to fully recover from her concussion, Sydney West returned to her studies in 2021. However, during her leave of absence, she could no longer remain on campus. Reluctant to return to North Carolina, a sense of unease lingered. Sydney West made the decision to stay in California, opting to spend a few days at her uncle's house and then at the homes of friends. It was during this time of reflection that she contemplated her next steps. On September 29th, she made her way to San Francisco. Upon arriving, Sydney checked into the Hilton Hotel situated in the bustling financial district. That afternoon marked the last time she would speak with her father. During a 2-hour phone conversation, they shared heartfelt sentiments, both expressing how much they missed one another. Within the depths of that conversation, Sydney revealed feelings of disappointment towards herself and her family. Her father, Jay West, urged her to return home to be closer to the family, yet Sydney was resolute in her decision not to go. On that fateful day, Jay West found himself in San Diego for work. He had mentioned to Sydney that he hoped to meet her the following day, with the intention of persuading her to come back home. Despite their plans, their conversation would be the last. They arranged to speak again the next day, but when Sydney did not answer his calls, worry began to set in. The next morning, Jay awoke around 7 a.m. His first instinct was to check the location of Sydney's phone. To his dismay, he found he could not track her. Both Jay and Kimberly West, Sydney's mother, had access to their daughter's phone tracker, social media accounts, and bank information. With no sign of Sydney's whereabouts, Jay attempted to call her multiple times. Each call met with silence and the familiar sound of voicemail. Faced with a growing sense of unease, Jay reached out to Kimberly, urging her to check Sydney's social media and emails for any clues about their daughter's location. Kimberly scoured through the digital breadcrumbs but found nothing out of the ordinary. The only peculiar detail she uncovered was that Sydney had spent the night at a hotel in San Francisco, a fact the family had been unaware of, believing she was staying at a friend's house. Adding to the mystery, Kimberly noticed that their daughter had ordered an Uber early that morning, around 6:30 a.m. The Uber ride had taken Sydney from the hotel to Crissy Field, a picturesque park nestled beneath the iconic Golden Gate Bridge. The location was popular among locals and tourists alike, known for outdoor activities such as biking, running, and yoga. With this new information, Jay felt compelled to act. He decided to head to Crissy Field, joined by his brother who lived nearby, both driven by the hope of finding Sydney. Hours passed as they scoured the park, but their search yielded no results. The following day, October 1st, Jay returned to North Carolina, where he and Kimberly made the heart-wrenching decision to report Sydney missing to the police. Desperation drove Jay West and his brother to Crissy Field, where they spent hours searching for Sydney, but their efforts bore no fruit. The following day, October 1st, Jay made the difficult journey back to North Carolina, where, alongside his wife, he reported their daughter missing to the police. Authorities in North Carolina acted swiftly, contacting their counterparts in California to relay the distressing report of Sydney West's disappearance. In San Francisco, detectives initiated their investigation by interrogating the Uber driver who had transported Sydney to Crissy Field on that fateful morning of September 30th. The Uber driver cooperated fully with investigators and was quickly ruled out as a suspect. Meanwhile, the doorman at the hotel where Sydney had stayed was also brought in for questioning. He recounted having spoken with Sydney as she waited for her Uber, noting that she appeared to be acting completely normally. The doorman became a crucial witness in the investigation, recounting his encounter with Sydney West. He revealed that he had a brief conversation with her as she waited for her Uber. In a seemingly routine exchange, he assisted her into the car, noting that she appeared to be acting completely normally. Both the doorman and the Uber driver recalled Sydney West as a remarkably friendly and polite young woman, someone who thrived on conversation. Yet, just days after her mysterious disappearance, her backpack was discovered hidden behind some bushes at Crissy Field. The backpack appeared to have been deliberately concealed, raising suspicions. Initially, investigators theorized that someone might have stolen it and hastily stashed it away. However, what they found inside was perplexing. Remarkably, all of Sydney's belongings remained untouched inside the bag, including her valuable laptop. It was as if Sydney herself had intentionally hidden the backpack, leaving her laptop behind without a care. Among the contents were Sydney's sketches, colored pencils, notebooks, and even clothing. This discovery prompted detectives to shift their focus to analyzing security footage from the area and the Golden Gate Bridge. In the grainy footage, Sydney could be seen strolling across the bridge, her backpack slung over her shoulder. She wore black leggings, a teal sweatshirt, and dark green and black Vans slip-on shoes, with prescription glasses perched on her nose. Her long hair was pulled back into a bun atop her head. As she traversed the bridge, she suddenly turned around and dashed back toward Crissy Field, as if realizing she had forgotten something important. According to the police, it was in this fleeting moment that Sydney likely hid her backpack among the bushes. The footage captured her reappearing at that location, now without her backpack, clutching only her phone and wearing her headphones. The last known image of Sydney emerged from a second security camera. On the Golden Gate Bridge that morning, a thick fog blanketed the area, obscuring her from the view of other cameras. After that second camera captured her, Sydney vanished from all subsequent footage. It was as if the fog had enveloped her, leaving no trace behind. In desperation, Sydney's family enlisted the help of a private detective named Scott Dudek. Alongside Jay West, Sydney's father, Scott spent hours poring over the footage from the Golden Gate security cameras. They scrutinized every detail, but after that second camera, Sydney's image disappeared entirely. According to the police, there had been no activity on Sydney's bank accounts, social media, or her phone since September 30th. The phone and headphones, the only items she had with her, vanished along with her. Sydney's family recalled how the Golden Gate Bridge was one of her cherished locations in California. She often ran and exercised there, capturing the scenic beauty with her camera. The San Francisco Police Department launched an extensive search throughout the city for Sydney. Her information was entered into the National Crime Information Center database, and the case fell under the jurisdiction of the Missing Persons Unit within the Special Victims Division. The fact that Sydney's last known whereabouts were on the Golden Gate Bridge, and that she was only seen entering but not leaving, led many to speculate that perhaps she had taken her own life. For Sydney's family, however, this theory was unfathomable. The Golden Gate Bridge, while celebrated for its stunning architecture, is also infamously recognized as a site where many seek to end their lives. According to sources, since its opening in 1937, yet a grim reality loomed over their investigation. The Golden Gate Bridge, renowned for its beauty and architectural marvel, is also infamously known as a site where many individuals tragically seek to end their own lives. Since its opening in 1937, it has witnessed countless sorrowful stories. In a haunting revelation, it was disclosed that more than 1,800 individuals had taken their own lives at this very location. Disturbingly, some of Sydney West's friends, who chose to remain anonymous, mentioned that just days before her disappearance, she had attempted to end her life on the bridge. At the bridge, a team of agents, part of a special security service, stood vigilant. Their primary goal was to prevent individuals from attempting to take their own lives. Since the early 2000s, these agents had been stationed there, but their focus had shifted over the years. Initially tasked with thwarting potential attacks, their role evolved into one of life-saving intervention. Reports surfaced indicating that on September 26th, one of these agents spotted Sydney at the bridge, clearly in distress and with intentions to take her own life. The agent acted quickly, intervening just in time. Sydney was subsequently taken to a psychiatric hospital, where she was placed under observation for 72 hours. Her parents were informed of the incident and expressed a desire for her to remain in the hospital longer, fearing for her safety. However, California law dictated that a person could not be held against their will in a psychiatric ward for more than 72 hours without a court order. Thus, on September 29th, despite her parents' concerns, Sydney was released. Upon her release, Sydney made a choice that surprised her family. Rather than returning to her uncle's home or seeking refuge with friends, she checked into the Hilton Hotel in San Francisco. This decision was made just a day before her mysterious disappearance. In the wake of her disappearance, Sydney's family took to social media, creating a page titled, "Find Sydney West." As they searched for answers, unsettling reports began to surface. Anonymous accounts from supposed friends hinted that her parents were deleting comments on the page that speculated about the possibility of Sydney taking her own life. Some of these comments suggested that Sydney had been struggling with mental health issues and felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, her parents, Jay and Kimberly West, were adamant in their denial of the suicide theory. To them, it simply did not align with the Sydney they knew. Further complicating the narrative, reports emerged claiming that Jay and Kimberly had deleted posts from Sydney's social media accounts that hinted at her feelings of frustration and depression. On a personal blog where Sydney shared her poetry, many poignant pieces were mysteriously removed. Adding to the enigma, Sydney had kept a prepaid phone hidden from her parents. This phone was discovered inside her backpack, concealed within bushes at Crissy Field. It was said that she would remove the SIM card from her official phone, which her parents were aware of, and insert it into the prepaid device. Reports also indicated that Sydney sometimes left her official phone connected to Wi-Fi in her dorm room when she went out. This deceptive tactic led her parents to believe she was at home while she ventured elsewhere. Moreover, Sydney maintained a Reddit account, a platform her parents had only recently become familiar with. She also had private Instagram accounts, keeping these hidden from her parents, who had no access to her private life. On Facebook, Sydney deliberately chose not to be friends with her mother, and even changed her password at one point, seeking to evade her mother's scrutiny. Reports indicated that during her teenage years, Sydney had faced moments of turmoil, even being kicked out by her father on several occasions. Sydney's online presence added another layer of complexity to her case. She maintained a Reddit account, a platform her parents had only recently learned about. Additionally, she had private Instagram accounts, which her parents could not access, leaving them in the dark about her online life. The divide between Sydney and her parents was stark. She had deliberately kept her mother, Kimberly West, off her Facebook friends list and even changed her password temporarily to prevent Kim from monitoring her activity. Reports surfaced that during her teenage years, Jay had kicked her out of the house on several occasions. As Sydney West struggled with low grades at school, her friends took turns hosting her for a night or two. Yet, the family staunchly denied these claims. They also refuted the allegation that a prepaid phone was discovered inside Sydney's backpack. Authorities leaned towards a heartbreaking conclusion, that Sydney had taken her own life, her body lost to the depths. However, the West family vehemently disagreed, refusing to accept this devastating narrative. The Golden Gate Bridge stood as the grim backdrop of this speculation. Known for its tragic history, the bridge has seen countless individuals take their lives, prompting a movement born from grief. Parents of those lost to its heights rallied together, determined to save others from a similar fate. With the support of local authorities, this movement sought solutions. Their mission was to thwart potential jumpers, to prevent them from plummeting into the waters below. An idea began to take shape, one that promised hope amid despair. Plans emerged for a stainless steel net to be installed 6 meters beneath the bridge, extending outward another 6 meters. Groundbreaking began in 2018, yet the project was plagued with delays, mired in complications. Rising costs and local opposition, fueled by concerns over aesthetics and expenses, cast doubt on the project's feasibility. Many believed that the net should not be built at all. Among those who bore witness to these tragedies was Ken Holmes, a seasoned coroner with 36 years of experience in the Marin County Coroner's Office. His involvement in the investigation of the Trailside Killer, a notorious serial predator who terrorized the Golden Gate area in the late 20th century, was overshadowed by the haunting number of individuals taking their own lives at the bridge. When Ken first donned the coroner's badge, he had only heard whispers of such tragedies. It wasn't until 1990 that the grim reality struck him with full force. People were increasingly choosing the Golden Gate as their final exit. That pivotal year marked a shift. The Coast Guard relocated its base from San Francisco to Marin County. This transition meant that when a body was discovered, the burden of investigation fell squarely on Ken Holmes and his fellow coroners. Reports indicated that, on average, about 30 souls sought to end their lives at the bridge each year, amounting to 2 or 3 heartbreaking cases each month. In his role as coroner, Ken Holmes was tasked with drafting an annual report on deaths of all kinds. To streamline his work, he established a separate category specifically for those who had leapt from the Golden Gate. Given the frequency of these incidents, Ken believed that the real number of cases linked to the Golden Gate Bridge could far exceed 1-800, as many bodies may have never been recovered. In 2007, he presented a sobering report detailing 206 cases over the past decade. Most victims were white males, aged between 14 and 44, with students representing the largest group. Initially, Ken hesitated to allow media coverage of these tragedies. He believed that such exposure might encourage others to follow suit. However, as the years dragged on with little change, he came to realize that restricting media attention did little to curb the crisis. This realization spurred him to join the Bridge Rail Foundation. This nonprofit organization was dedicated to preventing further tragedies. Committed to raising awareness, Ken Holmes became an active volunteer, driven to draw public attention to the painful reality of loss and advocate for the steel net that could save countless lives. The steel net, intended as a deterrent, sparked heated debates. Critics argued that anyone truly determined to end their life would find an alternative method. Yet, studies revealed a troubling connection between the Golden Gate Bridge and numerous suicide cases, indicating that limiting access could drastically reduce these tragic occurrences. Between 2005 and 2008, Mel Blaustein, the chief psychiatrist at St. Francis Memorial Hospital in San Francisco, treated patients who were brought to the medical center after suicide attempts. These individuals included those admitted involuntarily. In a poignant inquiry, Mel Blaustein asked 63 patients why they chose the Golden Gate Bridge as their intended site. The overwhelming response was that the bridge offered a quick and accessible way out. This revelation fueled Mel Blaustein's advocacy for the construction of the safety net. Other renowned locations, like the Empire State Building and the Eiffel Tower, had long since installed barriers designed to prevent such desperate actions. Even subway stations across Europe now feature protective measures. The net at the Golden Gate Bridge was specifically designed to thwart potential jumpers. In the unfortunate event that someone does plunge into the net, trained rescue teams stand by, prepared for rapid response. A bridge official disclosed that landing in the net can be a harrowing experience, often resulting in severe bruising and broken bones. This painful consequence serves as a deterrent, ensuring individuals cannot simply rise and leap into the waters below. Statistics reveal an average of 30 suicide cases at the Golden Gate Bridge each year over the past 2 decades. However, in 2023, while the net was still under construction, 14 confirmed cases occurred. This figure marks a significant drop of more than 50%. In these 14 instances, individuals had exploited gaps in the incomplete net to jump. Experts assert that reducing access to lethal means may prevent such tragedies and encourage individuals to seek help. Returning to the case of Sydney West, the San Francisco Police Department maintains an open line for tips. However, Sydney's family has opted for direct communication with Scott Dudek, the private detective they enlisted. Some observers of the case speculate that this choice may hinder the investigation's progress. Sydney's parents adamantly reject the notion that their daughter took her own life, believing instead that her body was swept away by the currents of the Golden Gate Strait. Consequently, Scott Dudek has embarked on a different investigative path. Scott theorizes that Sydney may have been kidnapped, or alternatively, that she fled and wishes to remain hidden. Notably, the surveillance cameras on the bridge captured her entrance but not her departure. There were no eyewitnesses to her leaving the location, leading Scott to conclude that Sydney likely exited the bridge in a vehicle, evading the cameras. As the investigation progressed, the West family and the San Francisco Police Department received numerous tips regarding alleged sightings of Sydney West. Each lead was thoroughly investigated, yet none resulted in significant breakthroughs. The detectives tasked with the case remained vigilant, sifting through the information in hopes of uncovering the truth. As the investigation unfolded, Sydney's parents adamantly rejected the notion that their daughter had taken her own life, believing instead that the waters of the Golden Gate Strait had carried her body away. In a twist of hope, Scott Dudek, the private detective hired by the family, pursued an alternate theory. He speculated that Sydney may have been kidnapped or had chosen to run away, not wanting to be found. With no cameras capturing her departure from the bridge, only her entrance, the mystery deepened. Scott noted that the absence of witnesses seeing Sydney leave the bridge raised questions. His theory suggested that she likely left in a vehicle, eluding the watchful eyes of the bridge's surveillance. As the investigation progressed, the West family, along with the San Francisco Police Department, received a barrage of tips regarding alleged sightings of Sydney West. However, each lead was meticulously investigated, yet yielded no substantial evidence. The detectives assigned to the case remained resolute in their pursuit of the truth. Despite ongoing inquiries, law enforcement has remained tight-lipped about the investigation, offering few details or potential leads. Their only public statement declared that there is no evidence suggesting that Sydney West was a victim of a crime. Yet, the unsettling truth remains. Sydney West is still missing. Desperate for answers, her family has issued a heartfelt plea, urging anyone with information regarding Sydney's disappearance to step forward. In a bid to encourage the community, a reward of $25,000 has been offered for any insights that could lead to the young woman's whereabouts. But what do you think happened to Sydney? Could it be that she took her own life? Was she abducted, or did she vanish willingly, seeking a new beginning far from her past? Join me in the next video as we delve deeper into this haunting mystery.
Lisa Knofel was a dedicated woman who was both a mother and an experienced social worker, committed to protecting and helping children escape the dangers of abuse and violence. With many years of experience in social welfare, especially working with children traumatized by domestic violence and sexual abuse, Lisa saw her work as more than just a job. It was her mission. She had witnessed countless children's lives destroyed and tirelessly worked to help them find hope again. However, what Lisa could not foresee was that her family's tragedy would arise from her own kindness and determination to help one of these children. Among the hundreds of children Lisa had encountered, there was one particular girl who captured her attention: 16-year-old Sabrina. Sabrina had a painful past, growing up in an unstable environment, abandoned within the foster care system. Abandoned by her biological parents from a young age, Sabrina had moved from one foster home to another, finding no place that truly gave her a sense of security and belonging. Each relocation, each rejection left deep scars on Sabrina, fueling a constant yearning to be part of a real family where she could feel safe and experience genuine love. When Lisa met Sabrina, she didn't just see a child in need of care. She recognized the deep-seated trauma and loss in her. With empathy and compassion, Lisa decided to foster Sabrina, hoping to offer her a stable and peaceful home. This decision was not easy, as Lisa understood the challenges her family would face in welcoming a teenager with such a turbulent background. However, with her experience and determination, Lisa believed she could help Sabrina regain stability in her life and open up a brighter future. Bringing Sabrina into the Knuffel household was not just Lisa's decision, it was one made by the entire family. To foster a welcoming environment, Lisa shared her intentions with her husband Kevin and her two biological daughters, Megan and Haley, explaining that Sabrina would become a new member of their family. Kevin, who always supported Lisa's work, initially agreed with her intentions and was ready to support her in this journey of caring for Sabrina. Megan, then 13, and her younger sister Haley were also excited to welcome their new sister. For Megan, having an older sister was a source of joy, opening the door to friendship and shared experiences. From the moment she entered the Knuffel household, Sabrina quickly felt the love and warmth that the family offered. Lisa was not only a foster mother, but also a mentor and guide to Sabrina, helping her gradually regain her emotional stability and adjust to this new life. Lisa taught Sabrina the importance of facing past hardships and how to overcome them. With patience and genuine care, Lisa helped Sabrina transform from a deeply scarred, reserved girl into a hopeful young woman, gradually building confidence in her life. In Lisa's eyes, Sabrina was no different from a biological child, and she went to great lengths to make Sabrina feel safe and accepted. As each day passed, Lisa's happiness grew as she saw Sabrina making progress, integrating with the family, and growing closer to her new family members. The Knuffel household became a place where Sabrina felt she could truly belong, where she could find genuine love and a sense of security. However, beneath this picture of family happiness, seeds of unease had already begun to sprout. Kevin, Lisa's husband and the stepfather of Megan and Haley, gradually began exhibiting strange behaviors when around Sabrina. Initially, his actions seemed like friendly gestures, but over time, his attention towards Sabrina became notably unusual, showing signs of crossing the boundaries necessary in a father-daughter relationship. Though Lisa devoted her love and trust to Sabrina, she slowly began to sense something was wrong in the way Kevin treated the girl. Kevin's increasing closeness to Sabrina raised concerns for Lisa and started to change the atmosphere within the family. Tension began to emerge as each family member felt the cracks and unease. Beneath the surface of a peaceful family, signs of impending breakdown were becoming visible. Sabrina, who had once found love and shelter, was slowly becoming a victim of conflict and tension in the very home she believed would be her safe haven. During her first year with the Knuffel family, Sabrina quickly felt the warmth and love from each member. She began to rebuild her trust, gradually feeling that she truly belonged. Lisa, with the heart of a devoted foster mother, not only taught Sabrina essential life skills, but also helped her confront the deep-seated scars from her past. Lisa took the time to listen to Sabrina's struggles, guiding her through steps to move beyond her painful history and rebuild her life. In addition to Lisa, Sabrina grew close to her two younger sisters, Megan and Haley. 13-year-old Megan was thrilled to have an older sister, seeing it as a chance to gain a companion and confidant. In Megan's eyes, Sabrina was more than just a sibling. She was a close friend she could share her joys and sorrows with. Sabrina made savor these times with small talk, keeping her focus on the outside world. The two sisters would watch movies together, laugh and talk about their personal experiences, forming a bond based not only on family ties, but also on mutual understanding. This close relationship made Megan happy and eager to maintain a lasting connection with Sabrina. However, another figure in the household, Kevin, Sabrina's stepfather, soon began to show a distinct and unusual interest. Initially, Kevin's attention was perceived as kindness, helping Sabrina feel comfortable and making her integration easier. He frequently engaged her in conversations, offered encouragement, and occasionally shared advice on how to adapt to her new family. For a sensitive teenager like Sabrina, Kevin's friendly gestures were essential in helping her feel accepted and secure. Yet Kevin's attention gradually began to cross the boundaries of her foster father. He increasingly sought opportunities to spend time alone with Sabrina, and his focus on her began to stir doubts in Lisa's mind. Lisa, being sensitive and experienced in social work, quickly sensed something abnormal in how Kevin treated Sabrina. However, in her desire to maintain family harmony, she chose not to intervene immediately and instead observed quietly. Although Sabrina could somewhat sense Kevin's excessive attention, she perceived it as part of the acceptance and affection she longed for in a new family. To Sabrina, Kevin's affectionate behavior was an expression of the care and warmth she had missed throughout her childhood. The ambiguity between trust and naivety began to take root in her mind, creating a fragile psychological environment. In the seemingly peaceful family atmosphere, small cracks began to surface. Kevin's special attention towards Sabrina caused her to gradually distance herself from other family members, particularly Lisa. Her feelings of isolation and dependence on Kevin led Sabrina to harbor doubts about Lisa and Megan, creating an invisible gap within the family. While these changes were not yet obvious enough to spark conflict, they had started to undermine the emotional foundation the Knaufel family had carefully built from the very beginning. As time passed, the relationship between Kevin and Sabrina grew increasingly unusual. Kevin didn't merely show the concern of a stepfather. He began using subtle words and behaviors to create psychological dependency in Sabrina. He constantly praised her, telling her she was special in his eyes, and even promising to help her in the future. These promises became tools to bind Sabrina into a sense of false security. To Sabrina, Kevin's words and gestures appeared to be the love and care she had always longed for. Kevin didn't stop there. He also created distance between Sabrina and other family members. He found ways to prevent Sabrina from getting close to her foster mother, Lisa, and her two sisters, making her feel increasingly isolated and causing her to doubt their kindness. Whenever Sabrina tried to integrate with the family, Kevin subtly planted ideas in her mind that Lisa didn't genuinely care, making her feel like an outsider in this home. Sabrina, who was already sensitive and easily hurt, quickly fell under his influence, beginning to believe that Kevin was the only one she could rely on. For Lisa, Sabrina's changes were impossible to ignore. Once an open and eager child, Sabrina gradually became withdrawn and distant. Lisa sensed a fracture forming in her relationship with Sabrina, which caused her deep concern. Trying to understand the cause, Lisa noticed that Kevin was spending more and more time with Sabrina in unnecessary ways, which only heightened her suspicions. When she tried to talk to Kevin about it, he dismissed her concerns, saying she was overthinking and that Sabrina just needed time to adjust. Lisa's attempts to restore balance within the family seemed futile. She tried to spend more time with Sabrina, but the growing distance between them made it difficult for Sabrina to open up as she had before. The rift between foster mother and daughter deepened, especially as Kevin continued to feed Sabrina with rumors and promises. The atmosphere in the household grew tense, each member feeling the weight but unable to pinpoint the exact cause. Megan, who once saw Sabrina as a real sister, also began noticing changes. She realized Sabrina no longer spent time with her as before, and seemed increasingly withdrawn. What was once a joyful and close bond between the sisters had turned tense and filled with doubt. Megan couldn't understand the reason behind these changes and only sensed that her family was entering a period of instability. Kevin's manipulation and Sabrina's distancing from the family eroded the foundation of the Knofel household. Each member began feeling lost and confused, unsure of how to face the present situation. With his skillful manipulation, Kevin turned Sabrina into someone wholly dependent on him, making her lose the ability to distinguish right from wrong within her family relationships. What was once Sabrina's hope for a loving home had slowly become a nightmare from which there was no escape. That night began like any other evening in the Knofel household. After dinner, each family member returned to their own rooms. 13-year-old Megan lay in bed, ready to fall asleep, unaware that these would be the last peaceful moments in her family. In the quiet darkness, she began hearing strange sounds, footsteps, whispers, and then, suddenly, a scream shattered the stillness of the house. The scream belonged to her mother, Lisa. Megan jumped up, a surge of fear welling up inside her. She rushed out of her room and ran downstairs to find out what was happening. As she neared her mother's room, Megan saw a sight that would haunt her forever. Right in front of her, Sabrina, the sister she had once trusted and loved, was brutally attacking her mother. Megan was terrified and shocked beyond words. In that moment, the pain of betrayal and the fear of loss crashed down upon her all at once. In a panic, Megan tried to intervene and stop Sabrina, but at 13 she was quickly overpowered. In a desperate attempt, she ran to the office, grabbed the phone and called 911, hoping the police would arrive in time to save her mother. Throughout the call, Megan struggled to stay calm as she described the situation to the dispatcher, while simultaneously grappling with the terrifying reality that she might lose her mother. The wait for the police seemed endless. Horrifying sounds continued to come from her mother's room, each passing second deepening Megan's feelings of helplessness and dread. Finally, she heard the sirens and saw the flashing lights outside, illuminating the house. Megan ran outside to direct the officers, but in the urgency of the moment, they initially mistook her for the assailant. Megan sobbed, as the horses shouted warnings to her in the distance. With trembling hands and tears streaming down her face, Megan desperately tried to explain and lead the police inside. Inside, the officers found Sabrina holding a knife, standing tense and frozen. She appeared to be in a trance, oblivious to everything around her. As one officer restrained Sabrina and escorted her outside, another moved into Lisa's bedroom where she lay motionless, showing no signs of life. They also found Megan's younger sister, Haley, huddled and shaking in the closet, hiding in fear after hearing the loud noises. For Megan, that night was nothing short of a horrific nightmare. She had witnessed her mother's brutal attack right before her eyes, and the person responsible was none other than the sister she had loved and trusted. Everything Megan once believed about her family, about love and safety, had now been irrevocably shattered. From that night on, Megan would be haunted by nightmares, reliving her mother's scream and the horrifying image of the sister she could never trust again. As she stood outside the house, watching the police arrest Sabrina and take her mother away, Megan realized that her life would never be the same. She had lost her mother, and along with that, the peace, security, and love she once felt within her family. That fateful night had forever changed her world. After that horrific night, the remnants of the Knofel family were nothing but fragments of pain and loss. In the days following Lisa's death, Megan began noticing strange behaviors from Kevin, the stepfather she had once trusted. Instead of grieving the loss of his wife, Kevin seemed to act with detachment, Not long after Lisa's death, he started clearing out her belongings, as if he wanted to erase any trace of her from the house. His cold behavior left Megan utterly perplexed. She wondered, how could someone who had just lost their spouse act this way? Megan's suspicions only grew when she discovered that Kevin had contacted Lisa's insurance company just hours after the incident. Furthermore, he swiftly moved to complete the paperwork to claim a large insurance settlement following her death. His disturbing lack of emotion was not just a sign of indifference, but left Megan feeling disgusted. Kevin had once been someone she loved and saw as a father, but now he was acting as if her mother's death was merely an unfortunate event he had to quickly move past. In the following days, Kevin raised even more suspicion by attempting to contact Sabrina in jail. This action left Megan even more bewildered. Why would he want to meet with Sabrina, someone they had completely lost trust in? Not only that, but he showed no concern for Megan and her younger sister Haley, who were suffering deeply from the loss of their mother. At Lisa's funeral, Kevin shocked everyone by asking those present to pray for Sabrina, the person accused of being the attacker. Megan could not believe her ears when she heard his request and struggled to comprehend his actions. She began to wonder, could there be something truly wrong in the relationship between her stepfather and the sister she once loved? Gradually, Megan started piecing together the events, realizing that Kevin wasn't merely an indifferent stepfather. He could very well be the orchestrator behind this horrific tragedy. She began to understand that Kevin might have played a key role in manipulating Sabrina, making her a tool in his dark scheme. This realization caused Kevin's image to shatter completely in Megan's eyes. The person she had once considered family, the one she had trusted and loved, was now nothing more than a betrayer. The disappointment and pain Megan experienced were indescribable. Not only had she lost her mother, but she had also lost part of the good memories she had of her family. This double betrayal, from both Kevin and Sabrina, left a scar on Megan's heart that would never heal. She felt deceived, stripped of the peace and happiness that once filled her life. But from this pain and betrayal, Megan resolved not to let herself fall. She knew she couldn't change what had happened, but she could stand up, seek justice for her mother, and fight to bring the person responsible to light. However, the price she paid was too great. Megan had lost her faith in love and loyalty, but she was determined to turn her loss into a drive to move forward, to protect the vulnerable, and to ensure that a tragedy like this would never happen to anyone else. The Knofel family tragedy is more than a story of crime. It is a profound reminder of the risks and responsibilities inherent in family relationships, especially when a foster child is involved. When a family decides to take in a child, especially one with a painful past, foster parents' responsibility goes beyond providing basic needs. They must commit to creating a safe and healthy environment, both psychologically and emotionally. Establishing and maintaining healthy boundaries in relationships, particularly between a foster father and foster daughter, is crucial to avoiding hidden risks. In Sabrina and Kevin's case, we see that when a child with past trauma enters a family without clear boundaries, family dynamics can quickly become distorted, leading to disastrous actions. Sabrina, burdened by loss and yearning for affection, easily fell victim to psychological manipulation. Her dependency on Kevin and the misguided belief that only he truly cared for her led her to actions she could never have foreseen. For families with foster children, especially teenagers, it is essential to understand that caregiving isn't solely about meeting material needs. Parents must establish a mentally healthy environment, one that includes closeness, but also boundaries to protect both sides. Crossing those boundaries or lacking the right attention can disrupt relationships, potentially leading to deep-seated harm, not just for the child, but for the entire family. Megan, an indirect victim of the crime, not only had to face the pain of losing her mother, but also the feeling of betrayal by her stepfather and foster sister. From an innocent 13-year-old, Megan was forced to mature in the face of trauma, confronting harsh realities that no child her age should have to endure. However, rather than letting herself be consumed by pain, Megan chose to transform her loss into a purpose. She began studying law, driven by the dream of defending the vulnerable and seeking justice for those who, like her mother, had endured profound suffering. Along her journey, Megan found strength in the memory of her mother, who had dedicated her life to protecting and helping those in need. Lisa Knoefel may have passed on, but her spirit lives on through Megan's determination. She became a symbol of resilience and the ability to overcome hardship, embodying the power of love and compassion. In finding new meaning for her life, Megan hopes that through her work, she can prevent similar tragedies from happening to others. The Knoefel family tragedy is a wake-up call for parents and a reminder of the need for a safe family environment, especially in families with foster children. Love isn't merely about care. It requires protection, setting appropriate boundaries, and nurturing trust so that children can grow with a healthy spirit. This event emphasizes that a family is only truly a safe place when every member feels secure and trusted. Megan, who transformed from a vulnerable child into a strong woman, continues her mother's legacy by dedicating her life to justice and helping those in need. Megan's growth symbolizes the strength to overcome suffering and the rebirth that can emerge from the ashes of tragedy. Her life was changed forever, but Megan chose a positive path, turning pain into action and bringing hope to others experiencing loss. The Knoefel family tragedy may have ended, but Megan's story of rising from sorrow to become a protector will continue to inspire others as a testament to strength and resilience in life. The Knoefel family tragedy is not only a personal story, but a wake-up call for society as a whole, highlighting the essential elements needed to build a healthy family, especially in cases of adoption or foster care. When parents decide to adopt or bring a troubled child into their home, they need more than just love. They must also possess deep understanding and readiness to build a relationship based on trust and safety. Sabrina's case demonstrates that when a traumatized child is brought into a family lacking the right guidance and boundaries, the child can easily fall into psychological dependency, and without appropriate support, family relationships can lead to unforeseeable consequences. One of the most critical lessons from the Knoefel family tragedy is the responsibility parents have in maintaining transparency and clarity in their roles. In the relationship between a foster father and daughter, boundaries must be clearly established from the beginning. These limits not only protect the child, but also safeguard the relationship itself from misunderstandings and ambiguity. In the case of Kevin and Sabrina, the lack of clarity led to an abuse of trust and emotions, resulting in deep psychological damage, not only to Sabrina, but also to the entire Knoefel family. This event also raises questions about the role of society in supporting foster families. Social welfare systems and family support organizations need to implement guidance and counseling programs to help families understand their roles, responsibilities, and the challenges they may face. Merely placing a child in a new environment without continuous guidance, monitoring, and long-term support is an oversight. Children from difficult circumstances like Sabrina require consistent support, not just to grow physically, but also to develop in a mentally safe and healthy environment. The Knoefel family tragedy also demonstrates the power of psychological trauma and how it can impact the entire family dynamic. As Sabrina became more dependent on Kevin, this not only affected her relationship with her stepfather, but also caused a rift in her relationship with Lisa, her foster mother, and with other family members. Tension and suspicion infiltrated every moment in the household, unraveling the foundation they had worked to build. For Megan and Haley, this loss was an immense struggle, forcing them to confront harsh realities and leaving them with lasting emotional wounds. Megan, the surviving victim of this tragedy, turned her pain into determination to bring justice for her mother and to protect the vulnerable. Megan's resilience became an example of the power to overcome hardship and turn suffering into purpose. Her story is not only a testament to inner strength, but also a reminder of the importance of family in creating a safe and supportive environment for each member. Looking back, the Knofel family tragedy is more than a tale of loss and betrayal. It is a story of responsibility and understanding. A family is not merely a place to live, but a foundation for each member's growth, where everyone can feel loved, protected, and supported. The events within the Knofel family emphasize that caregiving is not merely a material obligation, but a moral responsibility, contributing to a healthier and more resilient community. Ultimately, this tragedy is a powerful reminder for those in roles of guardianship, foster care, or adoptive parenthood. Love, proper care, and clear boundaries are crucial in safeguarding both parents and children in family relationships. More than anyone, Megan understands that her loss is a costly lesson about the importance of family, where each member plays a critical role in building a truly safe and loving environment. The story of the Knofel family is a haunting tragedy that leaves a lasting impression. Behind this horrifying case lie complex aspects of family relationships, the consequences of blurred boundaries, and the isolation of a child who had endured significant trauma. Reflecting on this story, I see it not only as a tale of crime, but also as a powerful reminder of the responsibilities of parents, especially foster parents, to create a safe and healthy family environment. One of the most important lessons I take from this story is the role of establishing clear boundaries within the family. For parents, love is not simply about providing care. It must be paired with certain limits to keep relationships healthy and prevent distortion. In adoptive families, the line between love and control must be maintained even more rigorously. Kevin failed to uphold these necessary boundaries and instead used his position to exploit Sabrina, a girl who had already been hurt and longed for affection, turning her into a victim of manipulation. This reveals that, without guidance and control, love within a family can become a form of power that is easily abused, causing profound harm to its members. Another critical lesson is society's role and the responsibility of child welfare systems in supporting adoptive families or families caring for children from difficult backgrounds. Sabrina, a girl abandoned from a young age and raised within the foster care system, had already experienced trauma before coming to the Knofel family. Yet after her placement in the new family, there seemed to be no ongoing support from the system to help her integrate and move beyond her past. Perhaps if counseling programs or follow-up from child welfare services had been in place, the Knofel family could have received necessary guidance to understand their roles and responsibilities, and to build a safer environment for Sabrina. Confronting this story, I feel there are many questions worth debating. First, is the current child welfare system strong enough to protect children like Sabrina, who have been through many hardships in their past? If a child needs special protection, beyond being placed in a new family, what additional support should the system provide to ensure the child is not further harmed? The Knofel family story underscores that while the system may have arranged a new family for Sabrina, this was not enough to ensure she received healthy care and protection from exploitation. There may be a need for regular monitoring programs and additional resources for both the child and the foster family to prevent such tragic outcomes. Megan's story also raises an essential question about coping with loss and betrayal. How can a young girl like Megan face the devastating reality of losing her mother and being betrayed by her stepfather and foster sister, both of whom she once loved? When faced with such an immense tragedy, should society implement special psychological support programs for children in similar situations? Megan is an example of incredible resilience, having transformed her pain into a drive to find new meaning in life. Yet not all children can do this, and without the right support, emotional scars may remain, affecting their lives indefinitely. Finally, I feel that the Knofel family story raises questions about the ethics and responsibilities of parenthood. In a modern society with many factors influencing children's psychological and emotional development, parents must understand their role as not only providers but also protectors, guiding children away from potential harm. Love that lacks understanding and responsibility can quickly turn into control and manipulation. This is something all families should recognize and consider to build healthy, lasting relationships. The Knuffel family story is a powerful reminder of the importance of proper protection and balanced love. It is also a lesson for all of us on the necessity of a robust social support system and psychological aid programs for families, especially those with adopted children. This tragedy is a clear example of what can happen when boundaries in family love are broken, prompting us all to ask, what can we do to ensure that such a tragedy never happens again?
In the early hours of June 10, 2016, the stillness of Gresham, Portland, Oregon was shattered. On the 100 block of Southwest Eastman Parkway, a frantic 911 call was made at 2 in the morning. Dispatchers were met with one of the most harrowing calls in their experience. A woman's voice trembled with fear and desperation. It was 34-year-old Anastasia Hester crying for help, revealing that she had been attacked. 911, hello? I'm trying to call you, her voice echoed through the line. The dispatcher responded, asking how they could assist her. Anastasia, overwhelmed by the trauma, struggled to articulate her plight. But I'm first to everybody. Somebody's trying. Where is this person now? I'm not here, she gasped, her words barely coherent. Concerned, the dispatcher inquired if she needed an ambulance. No, Anastasia replied, her voice frail. When asked if she knew the name of her attacker, she could only respond with a haunting silence. The entire call lasted 6 agonizing minutes. Anastasia was unable to provide any details about her assailant. Paramedics and police arrived at the scene within moments, rushing her to the hospital. Although she remained conscious upon their arrival, her condition was critical, with injuries so severe that their extent was unfathomable. Tragically, despite the best efforts of the medical team, Anastasia succumbed to her injuries shortly after reaching the emergency ward. Declared dead, she became another victim of unthinkable violence. Known to friends and family as Annie, she had lived in Gresham her entire life. Annie's life was marked by resilience. She lost her father during her teenage years, but remained closely bonded with her mother and stepfather. Described as reliable, assertive, and hardworking, she naturally took on leadership roles, not only among her siblings but in every job she undertook. A passionate gamer, Annie immersed herself in role-playing games. She often frequented the local gaming shop in Gresham and participated in regional festivals and camps. It was during one of these visits that fate intervened, bringing her face-to-face once more with Matthew Hester. This encounter was not their first. They had crossed paths back in 1999. However, at that time, Matt was married, and Annie had moved on with her life. Now, divorced and seeing each other again by chance, both felt it was a sign. Their relationship blossomed, leading to marriage in 2008. 3 years later, they welcomed their daughter, Alice, into the world. Yet the foundation of their union began to crumble soon after, as Matt's infidelity, a painful echo of his first marriage, came to light. Annie fought to salvage their marriage, but the trust had been irrevocably broken. As Matt continued to live in deception, Annie recognized that their relationship had reached its breaking point. She filed for divorce, a decision that marked the beginning of a challenging chapter in her life. Adjusting to life as a single mother was not easy. Annie found herself in a small one-bedroom apartment, sharing it with Alice. In a selfless gesture, she made the living room her bedroom, allowing her daughter the privacy of the bedroom. To support them, Annie took a job at an after-school program and another at a downtown call center. Driven by determination, she rose through the ranks, taking on management responsibilities while seizing every opportunity for overtime. Child support from Matt was inconsistent, as he frequently changed jobs, leaving Annie to fend for them on her own. Despite the challenges, Annie and Matt maintained an amicable co-parenting relationship. Even when Matt remarried for the 3rd time to Angela, they managed to navigate family dynamics, often sharing meals and playdates with their children, creating a semblance of normalcy. Annie's creativity shone through in her efforts to foster family traditions. Each year, she crafted Christmas ornaments for loved ones and organized charming photo shoots with Alice, capturing memories to send out as holiday cards, making the most of the bittersweet moments in their lives. On weekends, when Matthew Hester had custody of their daughter Alice, Anastasia Hester seized the opportunity to pursue her passion as a part-time face painter. It was a chance to stay active, nurture her creativity, and earn extra money for Alice. Little did she know, a murderer lurked in the shadows, ready to shatter her world. In the heart of Southwest Gresham, tension ran high as law enforcement and community volunteers combed through the Springwater Trail, desperately searching for clues. A mother had been brutally murdered at a nearby apartment complex early that morning. Detectives arrived on the scene just after 3 o'clock a.m., their grim task just beginning. 15 to 16 hours into the investigation, a chilling photograph of the victim, 38-year-old Anastasia Hester, surfaced. This was the woman whose life had been violently taken. The question that echoed through the minds of those involved was haunting. Who could have committed such a heinous act? Did she know her killer? The answers remained elusive as the investigation broadened beyond her apartment. The search extended into the surrounding woods and waters, a popular path now cordoned off by police tape, while detectives and search volunteers scoured the area for any potential evidence that could lead them to the person responsible for this horrific crime. Hope flickered dimly as investigators searched for clues that might illuminate the darkness surrounding the murder of a mother in the dead of night at the East Park Apartments. Initial assessments revealed no signs of forced entry, leading detectives to ponder the chilling possibility that Anastasia had known her assailant. Despite the brutal nature of the attack, Anastasia had suffered multiple stab wounds. She had managed to call 911. A detective had accompanied her to the hospital, hoping she would be able to identify her attacker. But tragically, she succumbed to her injuries before she could speak. The police were not only focusing their investigation on the Springwater quarter, they were also urging residents in the surrounding neighborhood to secure their homes, locking doors and windows tightly. Thankfully, Alice was safe, having spent the night with her father, Matthew, and his partner, Angela. Authorities began to expand their investigation into the neighborhood, urging residents to secure their homes. Meanwhile, concerning news emerged about a little girl who typically frequented the apartment complex but had been absent the previous night. Fortunately, it was reported that she was physically unharmed. Back at the crime scene, officers meticulously pieced together the events. Anastasia Hester, known to her friends as Annie, resided on the ground floor. Although the front door was found unlocked, investigators believed the killer had forced entry through the window of Alice's bedroom. The intruder had removed a window-mounted air conditioning unit and utilized a cinder block to gain access. A thorough examination revealed that nothing of significant value had been stolen, leading detectives to dismiss robbery as a motive. It appeared that no one else had been present in the apartment at the time of Annie's tragic discovery. Investigators felt a sense of relief upon learning that Alice had been staying with her father, Matthew Hester, and his partner, Angela McCraw Hester, ensuring her safety. Blood spatter analysis painted a grim picture, suggesting that Annie had been asleep when the brutal attack commenced. In a desperate bid for survival, she had attempted to flee through the front door. Tragically, her efforts were in vain. Annie suffered over 60 stab wounds to her chest and head, and a horrifying attempt had been made to decapitate her. To add to the mystery, an unsettling VX5 was carved into her shoulder, leaving detectives puzzled about its significance. Was it a cryptic message or a deliberate attempt to mislead the investigation? 3 bloodied knives were discovered on the carpet, 2 of which were taken from Annie's own kitchen knife block, while 1 was a pocket knife. Disturbingly, bloody shoe prints led from the scene, indicating a possible escape route. The evidence suggested the possibility of multiple attackers, prompting detectives to consider every angle. As they canvassed the neighborhood, they were alarmed by the number of residents who reported hearing strange noises that night. One witness recounted hearing screams and the sound of something heavy hitting the floor. The clock struck 11:15 p.m. when the first signs of chaos erupted. Neighbors reported a cacophony of noises that began to pierce the night air. After 1 o'clock a.m., the sounds intensified, yelling, doors slamming, and the unmistakable echoes of a fierce argument. One resident, overwhelmed by the volume, turned up their television in a futile attempt to drown out the turmoil. Yet, amidst the pandemonium, only one call for help was made. It was Anastasia Hester, lying in her final moments, desperately dialing 911. The heart-wrenching reality of that solitary plea weighed heavily on all who heard it. As the investigation unfolded, it became painfully clear that law enforcement was no closer to uncovering the truth than they had been the day before. The identity of Anastasia Hester's killer remained a haunting mystery. Authorities publicly appealed for assistance, revealing their desperation. A family member, wishing to remain off camera, expressed a chilling belief that the assailant was a stranger, as Anastasia was known to have no enemies. Just yesterday, search and rescue teams from Multnomah County combed through the dense brush along the Springwater Trail, diligently seeking any clues that might shed light on who could inflict such harm upon a devoted mother. Those close to Anastasia knew her as a fighter, a woman whose spirit would not have easily succumbed. The echoes of her struggle lingered in the air, hinting at the sheer determination she displayed in her final moments. Anastasia's last desperate call was made at 3:00 a.m., creating a nearly 4-hour window during which detectives could piece together the events leading to her tragic fate. Investigators grimly noted the prolonged nature of her attack, an agonizing ordeal that suggested nothing short of torture. With heavy hearts, detectives turned their attention to Matthew Hester, Anastasia's ex-husband, and his new wife, Angela. They conveyed the devastating news of Anastasia's death, inviting Matthew into the station for questioning. "As I mentioned at the house, your ex-wife is deceased," one officer began, the gravity of the situation hanging palpably in the air. "But you haven't shared how she died," Matthew replied, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. The officer continued, revealing that Anastasia had been stabbed, her injuries requiring immediate medical attention. Tragically, she was pronounced dead upon arrival at the hospital, marking the case as a homicide. In the wake of this news, detectives pressed on with their investigation. "Did your ex-wife ever mention any issues with anyone?" they inquired. Matthew, seemingly evasive, responded, "I don't discuss her personal life." He claimed that he and Angela had spent the evening at home, engaged in games with Alice and Angela's children before retiring early for the night. "When did you and Angela go to bed?" an officer asked. "I usually get into bed around 10 o'clock, he replied. "Was Angela with you?" "Yes, she was with me in bed." Despite the gravity of the situation, Matthew's demeanor remained notably calm, though a shadow of concern for Alice crossed his face. He insisted he had no motive to wish harm upon Anastasia, emphasizing that his priority was their daughter. "I would never do anything to hurt her," he stated firmly. When pressed about his feelings towards Anastasia, his answer was blunt. "I'm mostly indifferent. I just want to deal with her as little as possible," he confessed. Acknowledging past infidelities that contributed to the dissolution of their marriage, Matthew claimed they had an understanding, a mutual agreement for an open relationship. In a twist of irony, he revealed that Anastasia had also explored new connections, including a polyamorous relationship with another couple she met at a pirate role-playing event. "I ended up cheating on her," he admitted, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air as the investigation into Anastasia's tragic end deepened. During questioning, Matt Hester was asked about his evening routine. He replied that he typically went to bed around 10 p.m. When pressed further, he stated that Angela had been with him in bed that night, raising questions about their alibi. Despite the gravity of the situation, Matt's demeanor was unsettlingly calm. He expressed sadness and concern for Alice, asserting he had no motive to eliminate Annie. His primary focus was his daughter, and he vehemently denied any intentions to harm her mother. When asked about his feelings towards Annie, he offered a dispassionate response, stating he was mostly indifferent and preferred to minimize contact with her. He did, however, acknowledge his infidelity, which had contributed to the deterioration of their relationship, claiming they had reached an agreement regarding their open relationship. Matt disclosed that Annie had also explored other relationships, including one with a couple she met at a pirate-themed role-playing event. His admission of infidelity revealed the complexities of their past, painting a picture of a fractured relationship. In a revealing moment, a witness recounted the complicated web of relationships surrounding Anastasia Hester. The witness noted that Anastasia, affectionately known as Annie, was entangled with both a male and female partner, a scenario that left many bewildered and questioning her choices. The witness indicated that there were potentially several individuals who could provide insight into Annie's life, yet specifics remained elusive. Their personal lives were shrouded in secrecy, making the investigation all the more challenging. The couple in question was eventually tracked down, but they proved to be unrelated to the tragic murder of Annie. Authorities, however, could not overlook the concerning state of Matthew Hester's health. Observations at the crime scene revealed that he appeared frail, relying on a stick for mobility. Given the nature of the attack, investigators questioned whether he possessed the physical capability to carry out such a violent act. Angela McCraw Hester was interrogated as well, but her account mirrored that of Matthew's. She claimed they had turned in for the night early, spending some time on their phones before falling asleep. Angela insisted that had Matthew left the bed, she would have awoken instantly, as she was a light sleeper. She vividly described her struggle to stay awake while watching an episode of Criminal Minds, emphasizing the closeness of their sleeping arrangement. The intimate nature of their relationship raised questions about the possibility of Matthew moving during the night without her noticing. Angela recalled how even the slightest movement from Matthew would disturb her slumber, making it nearly impossible for him to slip away undetected. Their living situation was anything but conventional. They rented out every available space in their home, sharing it with an assortment of people. In addition to their 4 children and a dog, Angela's friend Karina was known to sleep in the garage. Among their former housemates was Aaron McCraw, Angela's ex-husband. Karina later reported that she had seen Angela and Matthew together in bed on that fateful night. She assured detectives that she would have heard any movement of their car, which was parked just outside her sleeping area. Despite the unusual living arrangements, both Angela and Matthew willingly surrendered their phones to authorities, who released them as the investigation progressed. Karina, a friend and roommate of Angela and Matt, informed detectives that she would have noticed if their car had left the driveway, as it was parked directly outside her bedroom. Both Matt and Angela cooperated with the investigation, willingly surrendering their phones, and were subsequently released while the inquiry continued. Authorities made a public plea, warning that the perpetrator remained at large. The stabbing incident occurred mere steps away from the infamous Springwater Trail. In response, police mobilized search and rescue teams, along with a helicopter, committing to the manhunt as long as necessary. As the investigation progressed, leads were scarce. Meanwhile, neighbors expressed their concerns about the transient population drawn to the Springwater corridor, fearing the potential dangers they brought into the community. Residents voiced their unease, citing the unpredictable nature of individuals with mental health issues residing nearby. Major Crimes took charge of the investigation, urging anyone with information to come forward immediately. With each new detail uncovered regarding Matthew and Angela's relationship with Annie, the narrative of amicability began to unravel. Initially, Angela sought merely to rent a room for herself and her children, but within a month, she and Matthew entered into a relationship. The deeper investigators probed into the relationship between Matt and Angela and their connection to Annie, the more discrepancies emerged. Despite claims of a cordial relationship, tensions had escalated since Angela moved into Matt's home. Initially seeking only a room for herself and her children, Angela's presence transformed the dynamics in ways that were yet to be fully understood. Just a month after their tumultuous split, Angela McCraw Hester and Matthew Hester found themselves entangled in a new relationship. Angela was adamant about keeping Matt and his ex-wife, Anastasia Hester, apart. Meanwhile, Matt's desire to have their daughter, Alice, live with him grew stronger. Just weeks before the tragic murder of Anastasia, a judge awarded her full custody of Alice. The judge's ruling was severe. Matthew Hester was ordered to pay over $13,000 in backdated child support and nearly $30,000 in legal fees. Yet both he and Angela McCraw Hester were unemployed. It raised a troubling question. How would they settle these debts? While the weight of financial obligations hung over them, Matthew often spent his days at home, lost in a world of fantasy. He crafted intricate stories and role-playing games, sharing them with an online audience through his YouTube channel. In one of his weekly video blogs, he casually stated, "Today is Monday, August 22, 2016, and this is my weekly writing video blog." Excitement filled his voice as he announced a new project, one he had just begun that day. "I'm thrilled to share the races for Until Chaos Prophecies," he exclaimed, referring to the MMORPG he was helping to develop. He encouraged viewers to engage, saying, "If you have any questions, please leave them in the comments." In a moment of frustration, he mentioned a project he had put on hold, saying, "My one that silenced them was what I was trying to do, but I ended up putting it in stasis. Ah, damn it, draw!" It was a stark contrast to the chaos enveloping his personal life. When detectives probed into his financial responsibilities towards Anastasia Hester, Matthew claimed that the unique needs of their children, each facing different disabilities and mental health challenges, ensured that their lack of employment was inconsequential. They were receiving various benefits and payouts, he asserted. Angela's ex-husband, Aaron McCraw, painted a different picture of their tumultuous relationship. He revealed that Angela's obsession with diagnosing their children and securing medication played a significant role in their separation. He believed she was convinced that their children needed various prescriptions. Aaron was vehemently opposed to this approach, fearing that the medications could endanger their children rather than aid them. "Our divorce came down to the fact that I wanted to make sure my kids weren't getting poison and drugs in their bodies that they didn't need," he recounted. Angela's fixation soon extended beyond her own children, turning towards Anastasia and Matthew's daughter, Alice. She became obsessed with the notion that Alice might have bipolar disorder, a diagnosis that Anastasia vehemently contested. Anastasia grew increasingly concerned, fearing that Angela was using Alice as a means to extract more financial benefits. A licensed professional weighed in, warning that labeling children with psychiatric disorders could be perilous, particularly when typical developmental behaviors were misinterpreted. It was noted that Aaron had not explored alternative explanations for Alice's behavior, instead placing the blame solely on her mother. The psychologist emphasized that no formal diagnostic criteria existed for bipolar disorder in children under 6, leaving a cloud of uncertainty hanging over Alice's future. In a shocking turn, Angela even contacted Child Protective Services, accusing Anastasia of neglect. This devastating act left Anastasia in despair, unaware of the identity of the anonymous tipster. Anastasia reached a breaking point, drained emotionally and unsure of where to seek help. In a heartfelt email to a friend, she expressed her confusion over the relentless turmoil in her life, stating, "I just cannot comprehend what the hell I did to deserve this level of crap in my life." The allegations of neglect proved unfounded, with the case closing before it even began. Yet the police had identified a troubling motive for both Matthew and Angela, a deadly triad of custody, jealousy, and money. However, despite the emerging motives, investigators still lacked physical evidence. Detective Turnage decided to bring Matthew and Angela in for another round of questioning. In an unusual display, Matthew removed his shirt to reveal his unblemished skin. Detectives noted that they would expect to find marks if the allegations of a brutal, prolonged attack on Anastasia were true. Furthermore, Matthew's shoe size did not match the prints found at the scene. As the investigation deepened, the search for the truth became more urgent than ever. In the midst of such a harrowing situation, the ex-husband often finds himself the prime suspect, a narrative that was not lost on Matthew Hester. As he expressed his desire to assist the investigation, a shadow of concern loomed over him. His daughter, Alice, was at the forefront of his worries. Matthew felt the pressure intensify as the investigators pressed him for answers. They demanded to know if he had any involvement in Anastasia Hester's tragic death. Matthew vehemently denied any wrongdoing, asserting he would never jeopardize his child's safety. Yet the investigators confronted him with the unsettling question of why his DNA had been discovered at the murder scene. Despite Matthew's assertions of innocence and claims of poor health, Detective Turnage remained unconvinced. He was determined that Matthew had to have been involved in some capacity. The mounting evidence suggested a deeper connection than he was willing to admit. Turnage confronted him directly, revealing that his investigation had led to the conclusion that Matthew was intimately tied to the events surrounding Annie's death. Matthew, however, dismissed the notion, firmly stating that there was no way he could be charged with such a heinous act. As the interrogation intensified, Matthew's arrogance and defiance became evident. Detective Turnage noted that he was dealing with a suspect who was both audacious and deceitful. Meanwhile, Angela sat quietly, her demeanor suggestive of someone burdened by guilt, her head bowed throughout much of the questioning. When asked about her reaction to Anastasia's murder, Angela expressed shock and disbelief, overwhelmed by the weight of the situation. The gravity of the loss was palpable, especially as Alice was left to navigate life without her mother. In a surprising twist, Angela provided new information. She claimed that on the night of the murder, she had been awake at approximately 3 a.m., a stark contrast to her previous statements. She recounted letting the dogs out before being struck by sudden illness, necessitating assistance from Matthew to clean herself up. When asked about their night, Angela revealed that they had, for the most part, slept well until their dog began to whine. She recalled glancing at the clock, noting it was around 3 a.m., The questioning continued as investigators sought clarity on whether she had actually left her bed to tend to the dog. Angela confirmed that she had indeed gotten up, walked downstairs, leashed the dogs, and taken them outside. But in a distressing turn of events, she explained that she had also vomited during this ordeal, prompting her to call for Matthew's help. As she described the chaos of that night, she expressed her distress over the situation. Despite her pleas for help, the investigators were left questioning the veracity of her account. Following their release from questioning, both Angela and Matthew were placed under continued surveillance. Observations revealed Matthew moving about without his cane, lifting heavy items, and tending to the garden, a stark contrast to his claims of being incapacitated. A neighbor's surveillance camera captured footage of someone leaving the couple's residence prior to 10 p.m., heading in the direction of Annie's apartment. However, their roommate, Karina, maintained that she had not heard anything that morning, raising suspicions about her reliability as a witness. The police were left bewildered, contemplating whether Karina was protecting her friends or simply unaware of the events that had transpired. What remained clear was that Angela and Matthew had been caught in a web of lies that could unravel their alibi. As the investigation unfolded, Karina, a close friend of both Angela and Matthew, expressed her unwavering belief that they had not left their home that fateful morning. Her claims baffled police, who began to suspect she might be shielding her friends from the truth. It became evident that Angela and Matt were ensnared in a web of deception. A year had passed since the brutal murder of Anastasia Hester, yet the shadow of her killer loomed large, still at large. In a desperate plea for justice, a reward was offered to anyone who could provide information leading to her murderer. For Anastasia's family, the year had been an arduous journey of grief. They held on to hope for answers, fearing that another mother might endure the same heartache they had faced. The anguish was palpable as a family member lamented, wishing they had uncovered something sooner. The brutality of Anastasia's murder haunted them. The thought of another mother experiencing their pain was unbearable. The grief was palpable, a wound that refused to heal. A year had passed since the tragic death of Anastasia Hester, yet detectives revealed that the case, while active, remained shrouded in uncertainty. Speculations swirled as to whether her killer was a stranger or someone from her past, but detectives held their cards close. Anastasia was a kind soul, a devoted mother, and the thought of someone wishing her harm was unfathomable. She had a daughter, Alice, who needed her guidance, and it was a loss that left an indelible mark on those who knew her. The question lingered in the air. How could anyone commit such a heinous act? The family of Anastasia Hester implored anyone with information about her murder to step forward. The search for justice was relentless, but with each passing day, the agony of her absence deepened. A year had slipped by since that fateful day when Annie's life was brutally extinguished. In a cruel twist of fate, Matthew Hester and Angela McCraw Hester had relocated nearly 700 miles away. Their distance only added to the challenges faced by the investigators. Yet, despite the obstacles, the team remained tenacious, knowing that patience was key in this high-stakes waiting game. As forensic teams meticulously sifted through evidence in Anastasia's apartment, results from the DNA testing on the knives became available. The chilling truth emerged. The DNA matched Angela McCraw Hester, the wife of Anastasia's ex-husband. With this breakthrough, detectives finally had their suspect, the woman believed to be behind the horrific murder. As forensic testing continued in her apartment, the results of DNA analysis on the murder weapon finally emerged. The knives used in the horrific crime bore DNA that matched Angela McCraw Hester. Detectives, determined to bring justice, announced they had apprehended the woman responsible for this heinous act. That night, Angela found herself behind bars in Idaho, the consequences of her actions catching up to her. It was back in June of the previous year when authorities discovered the gruesome scene of 36-year-old Anastasia Hester, lifeless and brutally stabbed in her own Gresham apartment. Now, the wife of Anastasia's ex-husband was facing the repercussions of her crime. Cole Miller reported live, bringing the latest developments in this gripping case. The arrest of Angela McCraw Hester had taken place earlier that day in Pocatello, Idaho. Police were resolute in their belief that she had executed the violent murder. With Angela now in custody, the legal battle was set to begin, as efforts were underway to extradite her back to Oregon, where she would stand before both a judge and a jury. In a moment of raw emotion, Angela questioned her arrest, exclaiming her responsibilities as a mother. Tell me why you're arresting me. I have kids and dogs. In October 2017, Angela McCraw Hester was taken into custody, facing charges that would change her life forever. The charges against her were grave: 2 counts of aggravated murder and first-degree burglary. As authorities informed her of the allegations, she was incredulous. "So you're saying that I killed her?" she asked, bewildered. Angela immediately requested legal representation, adamant about her innocence. She claimed she had been at home during the murder. The charges outlined her intent to cause not only Anastasia's death, but to inflict intentional torture, a grim reality that carried the potential for the death penalty. Despite the overwhelming evidence against her, Angela maintained her innocence, pleading not guilty to all charges. Meanwhile, Matthew Hester, under scrutiny from investigators, was re-interviewed. Detective Turnage, relentless in his pursuit of the truth, confronted him with autopsy photos, hoping to provoke a confession. "I just want to get this done so I can go home to the kids," Matthew said, a hint of desperation in his voice. Detective Turnage was direct, stating, "Our investigation clearly shows that Angela committed the murder of Anastasia. We're not here to discuss if it happened." The detective's frustration was evident as he pressed Matthew. "You've been under scrutiny for the last 2 weeks by the U.S. Marshals. We have you on footage, walking across the parking lot at Costco. Whatever you were doing, you weren't using a cane. I'm not buying this story." The investigator scrutinized the footage, revealing a striking scene. There was the subject, confidently striding across the Costco parking lot, effortlessly lifting soda boxes and water bottles. The investigator's skepticism was palpable. This was not the image of someone reliant on a cane. The narrative they presented did not align with the evidence at hand. In a shocking revelation, Matthew Hester recounted the horrifying scene he encountered. He insisted that Angela had returned home that early morning, drenched in blood, and confirmed that she had attempted to decapitate Anastasia Hester, his ex-wife. With a heavy heart, Matthew spoke about the panic that had engulfed their home. He described how he awoke to find his wife in distress, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce to her demands. He recalled how he tried to retreat upstairs to shower, hoping to escape the chaos. In the midst of the turmoil, questions flooded his mind. As he watched Angela leave, he found himself in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend her actions. When pressed about their conversation, he admitted that she had remained silent, leaving him to focus on calming her down instead of seeking clarity. Despite the mounting evidence, Matthew insisted he was oblivious to the unfolding horror. He acknowledged their previous discussions about harming Anastasia, but claimed they had never devised a concrete plan. Instead, he pointed fingers at Angela's ex-husband, Aaron, suggesting that he may have played a role in the tragedy. This prompted detectives to bring Aaron in for an intense interrogation, an experience that he later described as traumatic. Detective Turnage, however, doubted Aaron's account while admitting he was still uncertain about the truth of the matter. Regardless of Aaron's potential involvement in Anastasia's demise, authorities found no grounds to charge him. Meanwhile, Angela McCraw Hester made her first court appearance, facing grave accusations of torturing and murdering her husband's ex-wife. The court documents revealed a harrowing narrative, detailing the gruesome acts Angela was accused of committing. Earlier today, the public got their first glimpse of Angela in Montana County Court, where the atmosphere was thick with tension. The arraignment was brief, a mere formality before the storm that was to follow. It wasn't until October that Angela was apprehended in Idaho, where she waived her right to an extradition hearing, eager to confront the consequences of her actions. In a disconcerting statement, she expressed her desire to expedite the legal process, saying she simply wanted to get this over with. Meanwhile, her husband, Matthew Hester, faced his own legal troubles in October, charged with resisting arrest and obstruction of justice. Though authorities clarified that Matthew was not a suspect in the homicide, his involvement in the cleanup of the blood led to a misdemeanor charge. Though this charge would eventually be dropped, he returned to a semblance of normalcy, acting as if the horror had never occurred. As Angela awaited her fate behind bars, investigators were tormented by a bloody shoe print discovered in Anastasia's apartment. The search for the matching shoe became imperative, prompting detectives to scrutinize Matthew and Angela's phone records from that fateful night. Just 3 days following the tragic event, Angela utilized Google Maps to navigate to Mount Hood National Forest, a journey of 35 miles on a bitterly cold, snowy day. This led Detective Turnage and his team to the forest, where they hoped to uncover critical evidence. Astonishingly, only a few yards from the road, they discovered a brown boot lodged beside a fallen tree. Tracing its origins, they confirmed the boot had been purchased by Angela, linking it directly to her store account. The tread patterns matched the bloody prints found in Anastasia's apartment, and the boot size was consistent with Angela's. With this pivotal evidence in hand, divers began analyzing the water patterns nearby, confident that if any evidence had been discarded, they would soon uncover it. In a pivotal moment, investigators discovered a plastic bag concealed beneath the water, revealing clothes that belonged to Angela. This breakthrough was a testament to the relentless dedication of the team, who were determined to unravel every thread of the case. With this evidence, the case against Angela strengthened significantly. Her legal team might have claimed she was merely at Anastasia Hester's apartment while Matthew Hester picked up their daughter, Alice, perhaps even suggesting she used the knives to prepare food or assist in storing them away. However, the connection between Angela and the bloody boots, traced back to her Google Maps and store account, was a game-changer. Detectives uncovered that Anastasia had taken out a staggering $100,000 life insurance policy. They spoke with her insurance provider, who confirmed that Anastasia's parents were named as beneficiaries. After her tragic demise, a call concerning the policy was received, not from her grieving family, but from her ex-husband, Matthew. In a brazen inquiry, he asked whether he or Alice were eligible for any benefits. When told they could not disclose that information to him, he abruptly terminated the call. In 2019, the walls closed in on Matthew Hester, who was charged with 2 counts of conspiracy to commit murder. He also faced charges for solicitation to commit murder and hindering prosecution. With the gravity of the situation weighing on him, he was informed of his arrest for conspiracy to commit murder in connection with the case of Anastasia Hester. As he was read his rights, Matthew chose to waive them, but soon requested legal representation, maintaining his plea of not guilty. The officer informed him that he was under an extradition warrant out of the state of Oregon. The officer reiterated his right to an attorney, offering to provide one if he could not afford it, or allowing him to represent himself. Matthew, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, requested an attorney. When asked about his employment status, he answered with a simple, "No." A year later, in November 2020, as the trial loomed ahead, Angela McCraw Hester reconsidered her stance, despite changes in legislation that eliminated the death penalty as an option in her case. In a surprising turn, she pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. The courtroom buzzed with tension as news broke that Angela McCraw Hester would spend the rest of her life behind bars for the murder of her husband's ex-wife, Anastasia Hester. At the age of 38, she received a life sentence, with the possibility of parole after 25 years, following the prosecution's decision to drop 2 conspiracy charges against Matthew. Yet, like Angela, Matthew would also change his plea. In June 2016, Angela McCraw Hester had taken Anastasia's life in a brutal act, and now Matthew Hester had pleaded guilty to hindering prosecution in connection with his ex-wife's murder, as well as solicitation to commit murder. This plea deal guaranteed he would face less than the mandatory minimum of 90 months, but he remained vulnerable to additional murder charges should more evidence surface. In August 2021, Matthew Hester finally admitted to soliciting Aaron McCraw to commit murder and hindering prosecution, ultimately receiving a sentence of less than 5 years in prison, just 56 months. The prosecution's decision to accept this plea was a bold move. They understood that if there was any hope of charging Matthew with conspiracy to commit murder in the future, they needed to bolster that aspect of their case considerably, as a person cannot be tried twice for the same offense. The term double jeopardy loomed large in the minds of investigators. If Matthew Hester was acquitted at trial, they would be powerless to charge him again, regardless of any evidence that might later emerge. The stakes were high, and they could not afford to take that risk. Even now, he remained firmly within their sights, as the case unfolded with numerous possibilities still on the table. The investigation also turned its gaze toward Aaron McCraw, Angela's ex-husband. Authorities were determined to uncover any involvement he may have had in the chilling events. Notably, Angela and Matthew had divorced while incarcerated, and they had not communicated since that time. Angela's response to inquiries about the case from visitors was unsettlingly cryptic. With a calm demeanor, she would simply state, "That's between me and God." Since her arrest, she had remained silent about Anastasia Hester, who was known as Annie. Meanwhile, her children had been placed into the foster care system, while Annie's daughter, Alice, found a new home with her grandmother. Annie had always strived to create the best life possible for Alice amid the turmoil. Colleagues described her as a beacon of inspiration, a woman who could juggle life's challenges with grace and a smile. Her unwavering determination shone brightly, even as she faced overwhelming adversity. Annie's work ethic was unparalleled, but it was her relentless positivity that truly distinguished her. Even in the face of her final moments, she exhibited remarkable strength and an unyielding resolve to fight for her daughter and herself. As this harrowing tale unfolds, we thank you for your support. If you wish to help us continue our work and share these important stories, please like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Farkhunda Malikzada was a 27-year-old Afghan woman whose life embodied devotion, humility, and a steadfast belief in her faith. Born and raised in Kabul, she grew up in a traditional family where discipline and spirituality formed the foundation of daily life. Farkhunda was not just a devout Muslim but a beacon of purity and idealism in her community. To many, she represented the best of their values, a young woman committed to preserving her faith and traditions. It was March 2015, and the streets of Kabul were alive with anticipation for Nowruz, the Persian New Year celebrated on March 21st. Houses buzzed with activity as families prepared for the holiday, cooking traditional dishes, refreshing their homes, and gathering with loved ones. Farkhunda's family was no exception. She had taken on the responsibility of preparing much of the holiday meal, a task she relished as an opportunity to care for her family. The aroma of spices filled their home as she moved about with purpose, balancing her duties as a daughter and an aspiring Quran scholar. On the morning of March 19th, Farkhunda left her home as she always did, prepared to attend her Quran studies. Before leaving, she kissed her little nephew on the forehead, exchanged kind words with her mother, and promised to return soon. Dressed in her modest attire, a chador covering her hair, and a long dress that revealed only her face and hands, she epitomized the image of a dutiful and virtuous woman. She carried with her not just the physical Quran, but the lessons it taught, which had guided her life since childhood. Her day began with a stop at the Shad Shamshira Mosque, a place of peace and reflection for her. The mosque, with its yellow walls and majestic arches near the Kabul River, was a sanctuary where she often found solace. It was also where she enjoyed conversations about faith with its elderly caretaker, Zanan Din. Their discussions on Quranic verses and spirituality were a source of mutual respect and understanding. To Zanan, Farkhunda was not just a visitor but a symbol of sincere devotion. Farkhunda's life, however, was not without its struggles. Despite her unwavering faith, societal pressures weighed heavily on her. Marriage proposals she quietly hoped for never materialized, leaving her dreams of a family unfulfilled. Each year that passed intensified her anxiety, but she masked it with prayer and an ever-deepening commitment to her religion. To those around her, she was not just a young woman, but an ideal, a rare embodiment of spirituality and virtue in an increasingly modern world. As Farkhunda made her way to the mosque that morning, her heart was filled with a sense of purpose. She had no reason to suspect that this day would be any different from the countless others she had spent in prayer and study. Yet, this ordinary day would soon turn extraordinary for all the wrong reasons. The events about to unfold at the Shad Shamshira Mosque would not only change her life, but also cast a dark shadow over her family, her community, and her country. In the midst of her reflections, Farkhunda noticed a small stall near the mosque. It was run by Zanan Din, who sold various religious items, including beads, scarves, and amulets. Curious, she stopped to examine the goods. Among them, her eyes caught sight of something that deeply unsettled her: amulets containing what appeared to be Quranic verses, surrounded by strange symbols. Her heart quickened as she realized the implications. These items, sold under the guise of faith, were not just deceitful but, in her eyes, a desecration of sacred texts. Unwilling to stay silent, Farkhunda approached Zanan, questioning how he could sell such items. Their interaction, seemingly benign at first, would escalate into a confrontation that would draw the attention of bystanders. What began as a principled stand against blasphemy would soon spiral into chaos, setting the stage for one of the darkest days in Kabul's history. As Farkhunda stood before the stall outside the Shadchanshara Mosque, she felt a surge of righteous indignation. Her discovery of the amulets, adorned with Quranic verses and surrounded by strange symbols, filled her with both disbelief and outrage. To her, these items represented not faith but its exploitation, a blatant distortion of sacred teachings. The stall was meant to be a place of spiritual guidance, yet it offered trinkets that preyed on the desperation and gullibility of the devout. Confronting the elderly caretaker, Zanandine, Farkhunda spoke with conviction. "How can you sell these?" she demanded, holding up one of the amulets. "This is not Islam. This is deceit." Zainan, caught off guard, initially attempted to brush her off with a dismissive smile. "People believe in these," he replied calmly. "They want hope, and I give it to them. What harm is there in that?" But Farkhunda would not relent. To her the harm was clear. This was a betrayal of her faith, a manipulation of its teachings for profit. Her voice grew louder as she pointed out other items on the stall: beads, pills, and shockingly, contraceptives like condoms and Viagra. The presence of these items near a sacred mosque was, in her view, the ultimate insult. As their argument escalated, Zanan's tone shifted from placation to hostility. Perhaps feeling cornered by her unwavering stance, he turned defensive. Bystanders began to gather, drawn by the raised voices and the evident tension. Suddenly, Zanan made a shocking accusation. "She burned the Quran," he shouted, his voice trembling with what appeared to be righteous fury. The words struck the growing crowd like lightning. Faces twisted in disbelief and anger as murmurs of outrage spread through the onlookers. Farkhunda, stunned by the false accusation, immediately denied it. "I am a Muslim," she declared loudly, her voice firm and steady. "I would never burn the Quran." But the tide of public opinion had already begun to shift. The crowd, now numbering in the dozens, began to encircle her. Their faces reflected a volatile mix of suspicion and anger. Some men stepped forward, their expressions grim, as they demanded answers. Others shouted accusations, their words sharp and unyielding. Despite her protests, the crowd's mood darkened further. Rumors spread with alarming speed, each iteration more damning than the last. In the chaos, Farkhunda's voice pleading her innocence was drowned out by the rising cacophony of outrage. As tensions escalated, more men joined the throng. Their anger, fueled by a combination of religious zeal and mob mentality, became a force of its own. Even as Farkhunda stood her ground, denying the accusations and asserting her faith, her words were lost in the roar of hatred. At one point, she pleaded with the growing crowd to stop filming her on their phones, hoping to salvage some dignity amidst the chaos. But her pleas went unheard. The men surrounding her, consumed by a collective rage, saw not a woman but a symbol of their perceived grievance. The situation spiraled further out of control when someone in the crowd picked up a stone and threw it at her feet. It was a signal, an unspoken cue, that transformed the crowd from a gathering of onlookers into an active mob. Within moments, stones and fists began to rain down on Farkhunda. Desperate to protect herself, she tried to shield her face with her hands. Her chador was pulled from her head and trampled underfoot, leaving her vulnerable both physically and symbolically. Each blow she endured was accompanied by shouts of condemnation, the mob's frenzy fueled by their belief that they were enacting divine justice. As the violence escalated, the police arrived on the scene. Shots fired into the air briefly slowed the onslaught, causing some men to retreat. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the chaos might be brought under control. An officer approached Farkhunda, offering to escort her to the station for her safety. But even in her pain and humiliation, she refused. "Bring a woman officer," she demanded, her voice trembling but resolute. She would not allow herself to be touched by a man, even under these dire circumstances. Her refusal only seemed to inflame the crowd further. The mob's numbers swelled to nearly 150 men, their anger reaching a fever pitch. The police, overwhelmed and seemingly paralyzed by fear, chose inaction. Their inaction sent a clear signal to the mob that their violence would not be stopped. The crowd, now fully consumed by rage, dragged Farkhunda to the roof of the mosque. Her screams echoed through the air, a chilling reminder of her humanity amidst the inhumanity of the situation. And then, in an act of sheer brutality, she was thrown from the roof, her body landing with a sickening thud. The assault continued even after she was motionless on the ground. Stones and fists struck her lifeless body as the mob's fury showed no signs of abating. In the span of minutes, Farkhunda Malikzada, once a symbol of virtue and devotion, was reduced to a tragic victim of unchecked violence. The mob surrounding Farkhunda reached the peak of its frenzy. Fueled by unverified accusations and a growing sense of righteous fury, the crowd had become a monstrous force. The energy of the scene was electric with violence, an unchecked eruption of hate that seemed to engulf every man present. Farkhunda, bruised, battered, and utterly defenseless, became the target of their unrelenting wrath. After being thrown from the mosque's roof, Farkhunda's body lay crumpled on the cold pavement. Her cries for mercy had faded, replaced by the brutal sounds of fists and stones striking her. The men surrounding her were relentless, their actions driven not by logic but by the blind fervor of mob justice. The scene, captured on countless phones, showed the horrifying reality of a crowd completely detached from humanity. Amid the chaos, some witnesses later claimed to have heard her weakly repeating, "I am a Muslim. I have done nothing wrong." But her words, like her innocence, were drowned out by the deafening roar of accusations and violence. The crowd's perception of her as a blasphemer had completely dehumanized her in their eyes. The police, initially present at the scene, did little to intervene. They fired warning shots into the air, briefly scattering parts of the mob, but their efforts were half-hearted at best. Overwhelmed by the sheer size and aggression of the crowd, they retreated, leaving Farkhunda at the mercy of her attackers. Their decision to step back rather than act decisively would later be a source of national outrage, a symbol of institutional failure and cowardice. The brutality continued for what felt like an eternity. Men took turns hurling stones, their faces contorted with rage, while others used their phones to film the horrific scene. These videos, later circulated widely on social media, would serve as both evidence of the crime and a stark reminder of the depths to which humanity could sink. At some point, a member of the mob set Farkhunda's lifeless body on fire. The flames consumed what was left of her, a final act of desecration in the name of justice. The smoke rising from her burning body mingled with the shouts of the crowd, creating a nightmarish tableau that no witness would ever forget. The once peaceful grounds of the Shad Shamshira Mosque had become the site of an unthinkable atrocity. While this horrific event unfolded, Farkhunda's family remained blissfully unaware of the tragedy. At home, her mother busied herself preparing for the upcoming Nowruz celebrations, sorting through fabrics and planning festive dishes. Her father considered the holiday menu, while her younger brother played with their nephew. The house was filled with the warmth and anticipation of a family preparing for a joyous occasion. That peace was shattered at around 4 p.m. when Farkhunda's father received a call. Seeing her name on the screen, he answered, expecting to hear his daughter's familiar voice. Instead, a stranger's harsh words came through the line, "Come to the Shad Shamshira Mosque immediately." The call ended abruptly, leaving him with a sinking sense of dread. Gathering his wife and son, he rushed to the mosque, unaware that their lives were about to change forever. As they approached the scene, the chaos became evident. A crowd still lingered, their faces a mixture of anger and confusion. The mosque, now a symbol of violence rather than faith, loomed ominously. Farkhunda's family pushed through the throng, desperate for answers, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and hope. They were met by a police officer who escorted them to the station. There, investigators informed them that an incident involving their daughter had occurred. The officers attempted to downplay the situation, even suggesting that the family signed documents claiming Farkhunda had mental health issues to resolve the matter quickly. Her father, sensing the implications of this request, refused outright. "My daughter is healthy," he declared. "I will not lie." This moment of defiance marked the beginning of a long and painful fight for justice. The investigators' demeanor shifted, and their attempts to suppress the truth were laid bare. Finally, in a cold and detached manner, they delivered the news no parent should ever hear: "Your daughter is dead." The weight of those words crushed Farkhunda's mother. She collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, while her father stood frozen in shock. Her brother, paralyzed by the revelation, stared at the officers, searching their faces for any hint of compassion and finding none. The family was taken to the morgue to identify her body, a journey that felt like walking through a nightmare. At the morgue, Farkhunda's mother unzipped the plastic bag containing her daughter's remains. What she saw was almost unrecognizable, a body covered in burns and marked by unspeakable violence. Gently, she touched Farkhunda's face, as if trying to erase the pain and humiliation her daughter had endured. Through her tears, she whispered, "Why? Why did this happen to you, my dear?" It was a question that would haunt them forever. The tragedy of Farkhunda's death did not end with her family's grief. Videos of the lynching began circulating on social media within hours, sparking outrage both in Afghanistan and internationally. Some of the men involved proudly shared their actions online, boasting of their role in the justice they had delivered. Others attempted to justify the crime, claiming it was necessary to protect the sanctity of their faith. While some Afghan officials and religious leaders initially supported the mob's actions, the narrative quickly began to change. President Ashraf Ghani, one of the few leaders to condemn the incident immediately, called it a national disgrace and demanded a full investigation. As evidence emerged proving Farkhunda's innocence, public opinion shifted. The realization that she had been falsely accused added another layer of horror to an already unthinkable tragedy. Farkhunda's family, shattered by the news of her death, found themselves thrust into the center of a national tragedy. Their grief was compounded by the knowledge that their daughter had died under a cloud of false accusations. At the police station, officers tried to convince them to sign papers declaring Farkhunda mentally unstable, a tactic designed to shift blame away from the authorities and justify the mob's actions. Her father's steadfast refusal to comply became a pivotal moment, preserving the truth of her innocence. Meanwhile, as the world began to learn about the incident, the true story behind Farkhunda's death started to unfold. Videos of the mob attack circulated on social media, showing the unthinkable brutality she had endured. But these same videos also provided irrefutable evidence of her innocence. Investigators and human rights groups pieced together the events leading up to her death, confirming that the accusations of Quran desecration were entirely baseless. The turning point came when it was revealed that Farkhunda's confrontation with Zainul-Din, the mosque caretaker, had been over his sale of talismans and amulets. Her objections to what she perceived as un-Islamic practices had enraged him, leading to his false claim that she had burned the Quran. This single lie, shouted in anger, had ignited the mob's fury and sealed Farkhunda's fate. Public outrage grew as these details came to light. The Afghan people were forced to confront the horrifying reality that an innocent woman had been murdered in broad daylight based on nothing more than a baseless accusation. The initial support for the mob's actions quickly evaporated as the truth spread, and the brutality of the attack came under intense scrutiny. Farkhunda's family faced immense pressure from both the authorities and sections of society. They were urged to stay silent, to accept the narrative of mental illness, and to move on. But they refused to back down. Her father, mother, and brother became vocal advocates for justice, demanding accountability not only for the men who had killed her, but also for the police officers who had failed to intervene. The government, recognizing the growing public anger, announced an official investigation into the incident. President Ashraf Ghani called the lynching a shameful chapter in Afghanistan's history and pledged that those responsible would be brought to justice. But these promises were met with skepticism. Afghanistan's justice system was plagued by corruption and inefficiency, and many doubted that meaningful action would be taken. As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that Farkhunda's death was not just an isolated incident but a symptom of deeper societal issues. The mob that had killed her was not composed of extremists or criminals, it was made up of ordinary men, from shopkeepers to students. Their actions reflected a broader culture of violence and impunity, particularly toward women, that permeated Afghan society. Farkhunda's case also highlighted the role of social media in fueling and exposing the tragedy. While videos of the attack had initially served as a tool for inciting violence, they later became crucial evidence in proving her innocence. The images of her final moments, though horrific, sparked a global outcry and galvanized efforts to demand justice. For her family, the loss was immeasurable. Their home, once filled with warmth and anticipation for the Nowruz celebrations, became a place of mourning. Farkhunda's mother, in particular, struggled to cope with the brutality of her daughter's death. The image of her mutilated body, burned and beaten beyond recognition, was etched into her memory, a constant reminder of the senseless violence that had taken her child. Despite their grief, Farkhunda's family resolved to fight for her memory. They worked with activists and human rights organizations to ensure that her story would not be forgotten. Their refusal to accept silence or compromise turned their personal tragedy into a national reckoning, forcing Afghan society to confront its treatment of women and its tolerance of mob violence. The tragic death of Farkhunda sent shockwaves through Afghanistan and beyond. Within hours of the incident, the videos of her lynching had gone viral, sparking outrage and grief. Social media became both a battlefield and a beacon of truth. While some users attempted to justify the mob's actions, claiming they were defending Islam, the overwhelming response was one of horror and condemnation. Activists and human rights organizations quickly mobilized, demanding accountability for her murder and calling for systemic changes to prevent similar atrocities. Afghan President Ashraf Ghani condemned the killing in no uncertain terms, calling it a heinous act of violence and a national disgrace. He ordered an immediate investigation and promised swift justice. However, public trust in the justice system was already fragile. Many feared that the men responsible for Farkhunda's death, as well as the police officers who had failed to protect her, would escape meaningful consequences. The streets of Kabul saw an unprecedented wave of protests, led primarily by women. Thousands marched, carrying signs that read, "We are all Farkhunda," and chanting for justice. Their faces were painted with streaks of red to symbolize the blood spilled that day. In a striking defiance of tradition, women took the lead at Farkhunda's funeral, carrying her coffin and openly expressing their anger and grief. When some men offered to take over the task, the women waved them off, shouting, "Where were you when 150 men attacked her?" These demonstrations were not just about Farkhunda, they were a rallying cry against the systemic violence and injustice faced by Afghan women. The case became a lightning rod for broader issues of gender inequality, mob violence, and the failures of both religious and secular institutions to protect vulnerable individuals. The legal response to Farkhunda's death unfolded in a high-profile trial that captured the nation's attention. 49 men, including the mosque caretaker Zainuddin and members of the mob, were arrested and charged. 11 police officers who had been present at the scene but failed to intervene were also put on trial. Initially, the judiciary appeared determined to set an example. In May 2015, 4 men were sentenced to death, and 8 others received 16-year prison terms. The police officers were given light sentences of just 1 year for neglecting their duty. But the initial sense of justice was short-lived. On appeal, the sentences for the majority of the defendants were significantly reduced. The death penalties were overturned, with the most severe punishment being 20 years in prison. The police officers, some of whom had been caught on camera standing idly by as the mob attacked, were released on bail and, shockingly, allowed to return to their positions in the Ministry of Interior. This leniency sparked a new wave of protests. Activists and ordinary citizens alike expressed their outrage, accusing the judiciary of failing to deliver true justice. The reduction of sentences was seen as a betrayal of Farkhunda's memory and a signal that the lives of Afghan women were still undervalued in a system dominated by patriarchal norms and corruption. Internationally, the case drew widespread attention. Human rights organizations, including Amnesty International, condemned the Afghan government's handling of the case and called for comprehensive reforms. The global spotlight forced Afghanistan to confront its deeply ingrained issues of gender-based violence and impunity, but meaningful change remained elusive. For Farkhunda's family, the legal proceedings were a bitter reminder of the injustices that had plagued their daughter's life and death. Despite their efforts to hold those responsible accountable, the outcomes fell far short of their expectations. The courtroom victories were hollow, overshadowed by the knowledge that many of the perpetrators had escaped significant punishment. Amid the legal and social turmoil, Farkhunda's legacy began to take shape. Her story became a symbol of the struggle for women's rights in Afghanistan. Schools, organizations, and advocacy groups invoked her name as a call to action, vowing to fight against the systemic inequalities that had allowed her death to occur.
Just 4 days before the tragedy, on November 12, 2012, the Knopfel family lived a seemingly peaceful life in the quiet suburb of Willoughby Hills, a charming town just outside Cleveland, Ohio. Kevin Knopfel worked diligently as a truck driver, while Lisa Knopfel dedicated herself to social work with the Cayuga County Department of Children and Family Services. Their lives appeared comfortable and stable, but that day would mark a devastating turning point, shattering their world and leaving a trail of heartbreak and questions. Their home was modest and peaceful, a 3-bedroom house near the tranquil Chagrin River. The large front yard, with its trampoline and wooden playset, was a playground for the children. It was evidence of the love and care that filled the household, a place where laughter and joy once echoed freely. There was no hint that their harmony could be broken. On that November evening, Kevin was away on a work trip, driving his truck. Lisa stayed home, tending to their children. The night was meant to pass quietly and safely, yet as darkness fell, a storm was quietly gathering, one that would soon upend the Knopfel family forever. The children each held a unique place in this family. 3-year-old Haley, the bright and cherished daughter of Kevin and Lisa, 13-year-old Megan, Lisa's daughter from a previous marriage, and 18-year-old Sabrina, the foster daughter navigating her new adulthood. As the evening progressed, Lisa followed her usual routine, tucking Haley into bed around 10 p.m. A familiar scene, filled with maternal warmth and security. Haley would later seek comfort in her parents' room, returning during the night. Megan, the teenager, retired to her own room around the same time. Sabrina, embracing her independence, stayed late in the office area, absorbed in a British literature project. The night appeared ordinary, but beneath the surface, tension was mounting. Sabrina, lost in her music, was unaware of the subtle movements within the house as she focused on her schoolwork. She worked until around midnight, then decided to retire upstairs. However, a persistent headache kept her restless, denying her the peace of sleep she sought. This seemingly minor discomfort would become a haunting detail in a night that soon turned tragic. Unable to find rest, Sabrina left her room and quietly descended the stairs toward her parents' bedroom. What she encountered next would forever alter their lives. Megan and Haley were sound asleep, nestled safely in their beds. Lisa was resting in her room, unaware of the impending horror. In the dim light, Sabrina stood quietly, taking medication. What followed remains shrouded in mystery, locked away in the shadows of that fateful night. At approximately 1:15 a.m., 13-year-old Megan was abruptly awakened by the unmistakable sounds of a violent struggle. Heart racing, she rushed toward her mother's room. Inside, she was confronted with a nightmare. Her foster sister, her mother, and a deadly knife. The unthinkable had begun, shattering any hope of normalcy. Lisa Knopfel had suffered an unimaginable assault, stabbed 178 times across her head, neck, torso, and limbs. The brutality was overwhelming, marked by numerous defensive wounds that spoke to her desperate fight for life. Some injuries were particularly savage, with deep, twisted knife wounds inflicted with ferocious intent. One wound was so severe it severed her carotid artery, sealing her tragic fate. The weapon, a 15-inch convex serrated knife, had bent under the force of the relentless attack. By the time help could arrive, Lisa's life had already slipped away. Her veins had collapsed from massive blood loss, and her heart had flatlined. Meanwhile, 3-year-old Haley hid terrified in a closet, helpless and alone. Sabrina stood covered in her mother's blood, clutching the knife that extinguished Lisa's life. At 1:17 a.m., a police officer received a dispatch reporting an assault in progress in the usually quiet Willoughby Hills neighborhood. The officer arrived swiftly, pulling into the driveway. Outside stood 13-year-old Megan, clutching the phone she had used to call 911, her face etched with fear and desperation, begging for help to stop the horror inside. Moving quickly down the hallway, the officer approached Lisa and Kevin's bedroom. His heart pounded with urgency as he called out for Sabrina to come out with her hands raised. When Sabrina emerged, the full weight of the tragedy was undeniable. She was drenched in blood, tears streaked her face, and in her trembling hand she still gripped the murder weapon. Overcome with sobs, Sabrina was a haunting image of the night's nightmare. Small lacerations marked her hands, the back of her neck, and above her knees, wounds that told a chilling story of violence and chaos. When officers attempted to question her, Sabrina was incoherent, her words tangled in confusion and raw emotion. She remained uncooperative, but the scene itself spoke volumes. Megan had witnessed the unthinkable, Sabrina attacking their mother. The blood covering Sabrina was undeniable evidence of the brutal crime that had unfolded. The lingering question was, why? Why would a seemingly ordinary family member resort to such horrific violence? Why stab a mother nearly 200 times in a frenzy of rage? The answer seemed impossible to grasp, leaving both family and community grappling with the darkness that had descended upon them. To understand, we must examine the early life of Sabrina Zunick. Born in October 1994, Sabrina's childhood was marked by instability and turmoil. Her parents, Mark Zunick and Susan Edwards, both from Ohio, carried extensive criminal histories that cast long shadows over her upbringing. Susan's criminal past cast a long shadow. After pleading guilty to grand theft, she served 6 months in prison. 6 years later, her troubles deepened when she was caught supplying drugs to teenagers in Cleveland. Her sentencing was postponed due to her pregnancy with Sabrina's older half-sibling. Eventually, she faced further charges, including obstruction of justice. Meanwhile, Sabrina's father, Mark Zunick, was no stranger to brushes with the law. Mark's record was peppered with arrests for disorderly conduct and driving under the influence. His crimes extended beyond minor offenses. By the time Sabrina entered the world, both parents were entrenched in a life of crime. This toxic foundation created a chaotic and unstable home from the very beginning. When Sabrina was barely 16 months old, Mark was arrested for domestic violence, a grim milestone in a series of violent episodes. In her earliest years, Sabrina lived with her father and grandmother in a cramped house in Wickliffe, Ohio, far from her mother. Despite their volatile relationship, Susan and Mark remained entangled in turmoil. Neighbors reported frequent police visits, often finding Mark intoxicated and volatile. His erratic and dangerous behavior did not spare even his young daughter. In a shocking display of neglect, Mark would put vodka in Sabrina's bottle to help her sleep, a reckless act that highlighted the household's dysfunction. By 2006, when Sabrina was 11, the situation had worsened. After giving Susan money to buy alcohol, Mark accused her of stealing it for herself. In a violent rage, he grabbed her by the hair. When police arrived, they discovered Mark ranting for Susan to leave and never return. The police report described Mark as a paranoid schizophrenic, off his medication, a diagnosis that only fueled the chaos engulfing his life. Mark's downward spiral continued with arrests for drunk driving and property damage. His life, marked by mental illness and substance abuse, ultimately ended in 2012 when he died from an apparent drug overdose. For Sabrina, this tragic and unstable upbringing carved deep scars that would shape her troubled path. By then, she had already been removed from her father's chaotic home. As Mark's alcoholism worsened, Sabrina's grandmother could no longer care for her alone. At 14, Sabrina was placed in Emick Receiving Home, a county facility aimed at behavioral correction. During her teenage years, Sabrina's anger was well documented. She frequently fought at school, quickly gaining a reputation as someone not to be crossed. Those who knew her described a fierce protector, wary of letting anyone close. It was said that Sabrina would fiercely defend herself and anyone she loved, making sure any threat would pay a steep price. Her years at the group home, marked by volatility and deep anger, foreshadowed the darker events to come. Diagnosed with ADHD at 4, Sabrina struggled with anger, compulsive lying, substance abuse, auditory hallucinations, and stealing, all symptoms rooted in a turbulent childhood. However, a turning point came when she transferred to a new high school and moved from the group home to a foster family. In this new environment, Sabrina's behavior improved dramatically. At her new school, she kept a low profile, focused on her studies, and maintained perfect attendance. For the first time in years, a fragile sense of hope emerged for the troubled teen. At 16, Sabrina tasted stability and normalcy, largely thanks to her foster family, the Knowles. Yet beneath this calm, the turmoil within her remained unresolved, a storm quietly brewing. Lisa Knopfel was no stranger to troubled children. As a social worker specializing in child protection, she understood the power of compassion to change lives. She welcomed Sabrina into her home, offering the nurturing Sabrina desperately needed. Lisa sought to provide a stable environment where Sabrina could begin to heal and thrive. She had started her child protection work in 1999, around the birth of her daughter Megan. Lisa's first marriage ended in 2003. In 2006, she met Kevin Knopfel, who had also experienced a previous marriage. Kevin's first child, born in 1993, did not live with him. By 2008, Lisa and Kevin had moved into a charming home on Chagrin Drive. A year later, in 2009, their daughter Haley was born. The Knopfel family appeared close-knit and loving. Kevin, Lisa, Megan, Haley, and their foster daughter Sabrina seemed to form a stable family unit, radiating warmth from the outside. But beneath the surface, cracks were beginning to form, unnoticed by outsiders. Despite Sabrina's marked improvement, the harmony in the Knopfel household was superficial. The relationship between Lisa and Sabrina quickly deteriorated, unraveling almost as fast as it had begun. Sabrina confided in a close friend about the torment she endured living under Lisa's roof. Their interactions were fraught with relentless conflict, erupting into heated and vicious arguments. Sabrina carried a bitter resentment, convinced that Lisa showed clear favoritism toward her biological daughters, Megan and Haley. This perceived bias deepened Sabrina's feelings of injustice and alienation, driving a wedge through the family. The household split sharply, with Lisa, Megan, and Haley on one side, and Sabrina aligning herself with Kevin on the other. This growing divide only served to escalate the simmering tensions. What had once appeared to be a united family was now fractured, loyalties torn, and relationships stretched to their breaking point. As Sabrina's relationship with Lisa deteriorated, the atmosphere in the home darkened, setting the stage for the tragic events that were about to unfold. In her time of distress, Sabrina sought solace in Kevin. He was there to offer comfort, lending a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on. Yet, what began as a source of support soon revealed a far more disturbing and sinister dynamic between them. Friends of Sabrina grew uneasy as they observed the unnerving closeness between her and Kevin. Their interactions carried a physical intimacy that raised alarm bells, signaling a relationship that was far from healthy. Beneath the surface, Kevin was grooming Sabrina, weaving a manipulative and exploitative relationship disguised as care. The veneer of fatherly concern masked something far more sinister. Kevin was crossing dangerous lines. This blurred boundary between protector and predator forged a toxic bond that would devastate the entire family. Sabrina clung to the illusion that their connection was love, a profound, genuine feeling that made her feel seen and valued. Yet Kevin insisted their relationship remain a carefully guarded secret. The enforced silence only deepened the illicit nature of their bond, pulling Sabrina deeper into a web of deceit and control. What Sabrina believed was love was actually a calculated manipulation. Kevin controlled the narrative, ensuring their twisted relationship stayed hidden from the rest of the family and the outside world. Whenever Lisa, Megan, and Haley left the house, Kevin and Sabrina seized the chance to be alone, strengthening their secret alliance. Sabrina even saved Kevin's contact in her iPod as Kevin Love, a stark symbol of how deeply she was ensnared. As 2012 progressed, tension between Sabrina and Lisa escalated sharply. Sabrina developed a fierce maternal instinct toward 3-year-old Haley and grew increasingly resentful of Lisa's efforts to keep them apart. This bitterness fueled the growing rift. The household, once a fragile picture of family unity, became a battleground of divided loyalties. Sabrina found herself caught between her attachment to Kevin and a mounting hostility toward Lisa, trapped in a volatile middle ground. The pressure culminated in an explosive confrontation when Lisa physically restrained Sabrina. Distressed, Sabrina reported the incident to police, but authorities ultimately dismissed the complaint, leaving the tension unresolved. Despite the turmoil, Sabrina was allowed to remain with the family after her 18th birthday in October 2012. Her social worker, blind to the chaos beneath the surface, saw no warning signs. Outwardly, Sabrina was thriving, attending school regularly, keeping up with counseling, and passing drug tests. The outward normalcy concealed a deeply troubled household and a secret that would soon shatter their lives. The facade masked the growing tensions and the illicit relationship between Kevin and Sabrina. Those who might have intervened remained in the dark, oblivious to the tragedy inching closer. In the months before November 12, 2012, the fragile peace between Kevin and Lisa began to crumble. On September 15th, police responded to a domestic disturbance at their home. The argument centered on Megan, with Lisa accusing Kevin of choking their daughter. Kevin denied this, claiming he had only grabbed Megan by the back of her neck to guide her to her room. Though the altercation ended and Lisa left the house, Kevin preemptively spoke with police, worried the incident might be used against him in divorce proceedings. He confided in Sabrina about his desire to divorce Lisa to be with her openly. Kevin even consulted Sabrina's social worker, inquiring about custody outcomes should he and Lisa divorce. His intentions were unsettling but clear, revealing a disturbing plan unfolding beneath the surface. During a family camping trip in October 2012 with longtime friend David Strong, Kevin confessed that Lisa suspected an affair between him and Sabrina. He showed David photos of Sabrina, including modeling shots he helped create, and images of underwear she had bought him. Kevin revealed he was already seeing a divorce attorney, setting the stage for the dark events soon to come. This confession came just a month before Lisa's brutal murder would expose the twisted reality of the Noble household. On the night of November 12th, Kevin was away working when police called with devastating news. Shaken but resolute, he immediately demanded information about his daughters and rushed to pick up Haley and Megan from the station at 5:01 a.m. Sabrina, however, was absent. She was in police custody. Officers who encountered Kevin that morning were struck by his unnervingly calm demeanor hours after his family had been violently torn apart. One officer recalled Kevin explaining that his prior work as an EMT had exposed him to traumatic scenes like this before. He insisted there was nothing they could tell him that he hadn't already seen. Kevin pressed for every detail of the crime, his focus peculiar. He appeared more frustrated by being denied access to Sabrina than by the horrific events themselves. In a disturbing outburst, Kevin ranted that, as Sabrina's foster father, he had an inherent right to see her. He demanded to be added to her visitor list, his obsessive focus on Sabrina persisting even amidst the chaos of tragedy. Meanwhile, the police concentrated their efforts on unraveling the motive behind Sabrina's brutal attack on her foster mother. During their interviews, they encountered a mixture of confusion, raw emotion, and resistance from Sabrina. The officers pressed relentlessly, attempting to reconstruct the chain of events leading to the horrific crime. Sabrina's answers were inconsistent, her struggle to explain her actions revealing the turmoil beneath. Investigators faced the daunting challenge of piecing together what had driven this young woman, who seemed to have found stability in the Noble household, to commit such a violent act. Was it her troubled past, the toxic bond with Kevin, or something darker lurking beneath the surface? The truth was elusive. Yet it was clear this was no ordinary crime. It was a tragedy entangled in manipulation, betrayal, and deep psychological scars. As the layers of this grim story began to unravel, shock and disbelief only grew. During continued interrogation, the conversation with Sabrina took a chilling and revealing turn. Visibly shaken and grappling with her own actions, Sabrina began to expose the fractured nature of her relationship with Lisa. Her voice, heavy with frustration and resentment, admitted the harsh reality. Lisa had never accepted her, and had long wished for her departure from the household. Sensing there was more beneath the surface, the officers pressed Sabrina further. They questioned her about her thoughts on Lisa no longer being alive, probing the depths of her feelings about the loss. Sabrina hesitated, caught in a storm of conflicting emotions. Her mind wrestled with the gravity of the situation. The weight of her silence filled the room as the officers repeated their question, seeking any sign of acknowledgement that Lisa was truly gone. Sabrina insisted she had no memory of Lisa's death. She claimed her mind went blank after entering Lisa's bedroom to take medication, unable to recall anything from that moment onward. Confronted with this fog of confusion and denial, the officers faced a young woman lost in a fractured reality. The brutal nature of the crime clashed sharply with her claimed amnesia, deepening the tragedy and disbelief. As the interrogation pressed on, the detectives carefully tried to break through Sabrina's denial. One officer leaned in, steady and probing, reminding her that when they arrived, she had a knife in hand. He suggested that perhaps the truth was not as clear to her as it seemed, reminding her that every story has two sides. Sabrina's eyes darted nervously, the weight of her actions pressing down as the reality began to close in. The officers tread a fine line, coaxing out the truth without pushing Sabrina too far. They offered her the chance to tell her side, to bring clarity to the chaos of that night. Yet Sabrina remained conflicted, torn between her actions and her claimed memory loss. The tension in the room was thick as the officers waited, desperate for Sabrina to break through the haze and provide the answers they needed. Their conversation was a delicate balance between uncovering the truth and handling a fragile psyche. Despite clinging to her story of forgetfulness, the evidence against Sabrina was overwhelming, painting an irrefutable picture of the tragic events. The gap between her claimed amnesia and the brutal reality weighed heavily on all present, forcing a painful confrontation with the heartbreaking truth. The room grew heavy with tension as the officer delivered the grim news. His tone was somber but firm, announcing Sabrina's arrest and holding her responsible for Lisa's death. At that moment, Sabrina's expression shifted, the full weight of her predicament crashing down. The officer's words left no room for doubt. The tragic reality of her actions settled into the air. Silence fell, acknowledging the gravity of what had been done. This marked the end of the interrogation and the beginning of a darker chapter in Sabrina's life. Sabrina was booked and taken into custody. Meanwhile, outside the investigation, Kevin moved on with unsettling swiftness. He quickly donated Lisa's belongings to Goodwill and attempted to sell her bedroom furniture on Craigslist. Kevin even asked his friend David Strong to shut down Lisa's social media accounts, claiming he could not bear the constant messages. Just 5 days after Lisa's death on November 17th, Kevin hired a cleaning company to erase all traces of the crime from their home. His demeanor was cold and matter-of-fact, telling the cleaners that money was no object. Behind this cold pragmatism lay a financial motive. Kevin had a $250,000 life insurance policy on Lisa, but that was not the only policy he would claim. He confided to one of Lisa's co-workers that replacing her $50,000 salary would be difficult. Yet, between multiple insurance policies from his employer and private insurers, Kevin ultimately collected approximately $785,000. He wasted no time putting the money to use, paying off their previously foreclosed home, adding a swimming pool, buying new cars, and even starting flying lessons. While Sabrina languished in jail awaiting trial for Lisa's murder, Kevin lived a life of newfound luxury. His actions starkly contrasted the grief one might expect from a husband who had lost his wife. But 9 months later, the tide began to turn. Sabrina, burdened by guilt and unable to carry the full weight alone, decided to come forward. She approached the police and revealed the truth about her relationship with Kevin, shattering the carefully constructed narrative he had built. Sabrina confessed that Kevin had orchestrated the entire plan, coldly telling her that Lisa needed to die. This revelation exposed Kevin as the mastermind behind the tragedy. Throughout their illicit relationship, Kevin had told Sabrina he wanted to divorce Lisa so they could be together. But in September 2012, he confessed a deeper fear. Kevin feared losing custody of the girls, including his daughter Haley, if he pursued a divorce. At that point, he revealed nearly $800,000 in life insurance policies on Lisa, chillingly stating that financially, Lisa was worth more dead than alive. With this grim rationale, the pair began to hatch their plan. They even discussed it with Sabrina's high school friend, Autumn Pavick. On a car ride to a Chinese buffet, the conversation took a dark and sinister turn. As the investigation unfolded, it was revealed that Kevin Knopfel and Sabrina Zunick initially considered hiring an associate of Sabrina's friend, Autumn Pavick, to carry out a deadly hit on Lisa Knopfel. This plan, however, collapsed when Autumn relocated to California in October. They planned to erase every trace of their crime. Their conversations betrayed a calculated and ruthless intent as they schemed to transform their dark fantasy into a grim reality. As their plotting deepened, the plan evolved into something even more direct and cruel. Kevin would drop Sabrina off at a roller rink to maintain an alibi, but in truth, she would rendezvous with him at a shooting range to practice using the gun. Yet, an innocent question from Lisa disrupted their deadly scheme. She asked Kevin why he no longer spent time with her, a simple inquiry that caught him off guard and forced him to abandon the plan that day. This moment, born from Lisa's yearning for connection, became an inadvertent reprieve. It delayed the horrific fate that Kevin and Sabrina were meticulously plotting, though only briefly. The morning before the murder, Kevin was driving Sabrina to school as usual, but suddenly he pulled over and revealed a raw vulnerability. He recounted a heated argument with Lisa, confessing a breaking point. He told Sabrina he could no longer endure the torment, threatening suicide if Lisa was not dead. In response, Sabrina, deeply entangled in her love and desperation, promised Kevin she would kill Lisa at the first opportunity. Together they began to meticulously map out the brutal attack. They devised precise instructions. If Lisa lay on her side, Sabrina was to stab her in the back. If Lisa lay on her back, the fatal blow would be to her throat. The assault was to occur at night while Lisa was asleep. They needed to ensure Haley, the couple's child who often entered her mother's room at night, would remain undisturbed. Sabrina was counseled to feign insanity if caught, a defense Kevin assured would shield her from the full weight of justice. This was the chilling reason why Sabrina later pretended to have no memory of the attack during her police interview. She clung to Kevin's advice, hoping it would build a case for insanity. Their entire scheme was a sinister blend of manipulation and desperation. Both were driven by the desperate desire to remove Lisa and the belief that they could outwit the law. Yet, as Sabrina wrestled with the enormity of their plan, doubt began to shadow her resolve. In a moment of fear and uncertainty, she asked Kevin what would happen if she ended up in prison. Kevin, ever the cold manipulator, brushed aside her concerns with a promise that she would serve only 25 years, as if that sentence were a mere trifle. He assured her he would secure lawyers and ensure her welfare. His words were crafted to soothe and convince Sabrina that he would always stand by her. But beneath the facade lay a chilling indifference, a readiness to let Sabrina bear the consequences alone. This promise concealed the horrifying reality of their situation. Blinded by love, Sabrina clung to the belief that Kevin would protect her. Yet, 9 months later, the harsh truth became undeniable. Kevin had failed to arrange any legal defense for her, and the insanity plea she had hoped for was collapsing. Sabrina realized she had been manipulated and used by the very man she trusted. Faced with Kevin's betrayal, Sabrina made a desperate choice. She approached prosecutors, offering full cooperation in exchange for a plea deal, ready to unveil the full extent of Kevin's involvement. Determined to expose every dark detail of Kevin's manipulation and their twisted conspiracy, Sabrina's decision marked a pivotal turning point in the investigation. As she resolved to tell the truth, regardless of the cost, Kevin's carefully constructed illusion began to crumble. Law enforcement intensified their probe, reaching out to Autumn Pavick, a friend privy to early discussions about hiring a hitman. Autumn agreed to cooperate, arranging a meeting with Kevin designed to draw him out and gather critical evidence. During this encounter, she boldly introduced the subject of a hitman. Unbeknownst to Kevin, the police recorded the entire interaction. This moment marked the beginning of the collapse of Kevin's carefully maintained facade as evidence steadily mounted against him. Throughout the conversation, Kevin remained guarded, refusing to admit any incriminating details. Despite multiple search warrants executed on his home, vehicles, and devices, authorities found no direct physical evidence linking him to the crime. Yet Sabrina's testimony proved decisive, strong enough to propel the case forward. In August 2013, Kevin was arrested, charged with complicity to commit aggravated murder and sexual battery. Meanwhile, Sabrina, fully aware of her actions' consequences, pleaded guilty to aggravated murder, receiving a life sentence, with the possibility of parole after 30 years. This meant she would be eligible for parole in 2042, at age 47. Her plea closed a tragic chapter, sealing her fate and ensuring Kevin would face justice. Kevin, steadfastly denying all charges, pleaded not guilty. His defense maintained there was no concrete evidence of an affair with Sabrina or any murder conspiracy. They argued the entire case rested solely on Sabrina's testimony, painting her as a troubled young woman with a history of substance abuse and questionable credibility. This defense strategy aimed to undermine her account, suggesting her accusations stemmed from a disturbed mind. Yet, this very dynamic added a chilling layer to the case. Sabrina was young, unstable, and vulnerable, Kevin Knopfel had identified a perfect target for manipulation. He exploited deep vulnerabilities, weaving a dangerous web of deceit that culminated in murder. On June 11, 2014, the court found Kevin Knopfel guilty on all charges. The judge sentenced him to 2 years in prison for each of the 6 counts of sexual battery. In addition, he received a life sentence with parole eligibility after 30 years for complicity in aggravated murder. These sentences were ordered to be served consecutively. This harsh ruling ensured that Kevin Knopfel would spend a considerable portion of his life behind bars, paying the ultimate price for the crimes he had meticulously planned and the lives he had shattered. But questions remained. How did Kevin's manipulation of Sabrina Zunich's vulnerabilities influence the court's decision? How did the judiciary assess his control over her actions? And in the absence of physical evidence, why was Sabrina's testimony deemed credible enough to seal his conviction?